Chapter 8:20. Decapitation. Invincible mode activated. At this moment, Luo Tian had to take down Morong Wanjin's health, or else he wouldn't have any chance. His strength exploded. His fists were like thunder as he struck out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Morong Wanjin's anger soared to the heavens as he glared at Luo Tian. He roared, "You? Jade Mountain Cities, trash, wants to harm me? You want to fight over my daughter? You overestimate yourself. Go die for me." The power of the mysterious Yin King's energy pillar exploded. 9 energy pillars, along with the power of Morong Wanjin's true dragon. At this moment, all of it exploded out and fiercely struck down. "I will turn your physical body and primordial spirit into dust. I will make it so that you will never be able to reincarnate. This is the result of going against me, ha ha ha," in the sky. The power collided and continuously shot out. Being hit by the power that shot down, even the slightest touch would cause it to turn into dust. It was completely unable to resist the power of this power. However, Morong Wanjin used absolute power to crush him. Everyone thought that Luo Tian would die. Even if he didn't die after his head was cut off, he would definitely die this time. They had all witnessed the power of the energy pillars. 9 against 3. Just this point alone was enough for Luo Tian to die. Looking at the power in the sky exploding, they couldn't see what was happening clearly. However, they all believed that Luo Tian would win and that he would have the last laugh. This was because Luo Tian was truly too small in front of the incomparably huge true dragon. Kill him. Kill Luo Tian. This damn thing, he turned the profound sky continent upside down. It's all his fault. That's right, kill him. Fatty, Lei stood in front of Lung Han Shuang and the rest. His eyes darkened as he stared at the people who were roaring. He snorted and said, "You bunch of trash! If you dare to say another word, I will kill you." The surroundings instantly went silent. They were completely suppressed by the aura of Fatty Lei. They didn't dare to make the slightest sound. After being healed by Xan's special power, Frenzied Sword and the others had recovered quite a bit. They returned to Fatty Lei's side and protected Luo Tian's head. Everyone felt another blow to their hearts. Even Xan couldn't see Luo Tian's future, and she didn't dare to look. Although Luo Tian's fate was changing every moment, she was really afraid to see an ending that she didn't want to see. This was the most painful part for her. Luo Tian, Gidge will definitely be fine. He will definitely win. Definitely. Come on, boss. Kill this mother****. What son of the true dragon? That's just bullshit. You have to CK him over. King Kong and the others roared. They clenched their fists. Although they looked calm on the surface, each of them was extremely nervous. They were worried about Luo Tian. In the sky, Luo Tian's fists were like a torrential storm as he violently punched Morong Wanjin's enormous body. Bang, bang, bang. Morong Wanjin was the same. He used his strongest power to continuously crush Luo Tian's body. However, he suddenly realized that no matter how much power he used, it was completely useless against Luo Tian. His body didn't receive any damage at all. Why was this so? Morong Wanjin was extremely shocked. He kept trying, but he still couldn't hurt Luo Tian at all. His face was aghast as his heart sank. He thought to himself, this is his invincible mode? Truly invincible? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No one has this kind of cultivation technique. Absolutely impossible. Even God can't do it. God isn't absolutely invincible. How can he be invincible? His heart sank even more. The more he fought, the more apprehensive Morong Wanjin became. Facing an invincible opponent, what could he do? What was the use of being strong? His opponent was invincible. Invincible. This mode was too deadly. Morong Wanjin was about to be played to death by Luo Tian. Luo Tian, the madman, didn't say a single word as he continued to bombard Morong Wanjian. He simply didn't give Morong Wanjian any time to think. Moreover, every single one of Luo Tian's attacks contained his full strength, causing quite a bit of damage to Morong Wanjian, who was Devil Emperor Xing Tian. He was the existence of a super overlord from hundreds of thousands of years ago. In the profound sky continent, he was invincible. After his head was chopped off, he was even more invincible. This was the deepest secret of the profound sky continent. Luo Tian merged with Devil Emperor Xing Tian's body, so he naturally inherited his power. In this kind of invincible realm, however, Luo Tian's invincibility had a time limit. He had to reduce Morong Wanjian's dozens of meters of health within the time limit. He had to reduce it, otherwise he would die without a doubt. Not only him, but also Li Shuer and so many brothers who had gone through life and death with him. Absolutely not. He had been risking his life every day for the past 3 years. He had been looking forward to this day every day for the past 3 years. For the past 3 years, Morong Wanjian had been like a mountain pressing down on his heart, causing him to be unable to breathe. Everything Luo Tian had done for the past 3 years was for this day. Morong Wanjian had to die. He had to kill him. For this reason, Luo Tian attacked with all his might. His profound qi was crazily depleted, and Luo Tian's physical strength was also crazily depleted. This kind of huge depletion caused great damage to his body. It was as if his body had been squeezed dry. However, he still didn't relax for even half a second and continued to attack Morong Wanjian like a madman. Ha ha ha! Your little bit of strength isn't even enough to tickle me. Luo Tian, can you be any stronger? Your invincible mode should have a time limit, right? Otherwise, you would have used it long ago. Why would you need to swallow energy? That's definitely the case. You want to kill me while I'm in invincible mode? Morong Wanjian came to a sudden realization and sneered. But your strength is nothing more than a tickle to me. You're too weak. Ha ha ha. Wait until your invincibility is over, and your time of death will come. Not only you. Your brothers will also be killed by me. As for your women, ha ha ha, they will all become my Morong Wanjian's *****. I will ravage them one by one and make them feel great. Wahaha! After calculating that Luo Tian's invincible mode had a time limit, Morong Wanjian became sinister. He didn't dodge. He just let Luo Tian attack. To him, this kind of attack wasn't fatal. He would only suffer a little injury, and this kind of injury was insignificant. He was waiting for Luo Tian's invincible mode to end. Luo Tian constantly paid attention to Morong Wanjian's HP. Almost there. Just a little bit more. Give me 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds. Just 10 more seconds. Pung, pung, pung. Suddenly, Luo Tian's body suddenly bounced back and trembled. Morong Wanjian laughed arrogantly and said, "The invincible mode is over. Go and die for me." Luo Tian laughed. At this moment, the system sounded out a notification. Ding! Target locked. Go and die. This chapter took quite a long time to write. Halfway through, Nyo cried and made a scene. Old Cow wanted to make milk for her. As a stay-at-home dad, I was almost played to death by her. And then, the King stomachache started again, summarizing the results of this week. Tipping 398 times, broke record. Recommendation votes 11,200 plus, broke record. Monthly votes 1659, broke record. Old Cow asked, "Brothers, why are you so fierce? Who can fight with you? Damn, who else is there?" A new week, a new day. Brothers, please continue to be crazy. Vote out all the recommendation votes. Old Cow kneels down and thanks you. Chapter 821. Ding. Target locked. Hearing the system's notification, Luo Tian grinned. He stared at Morong Wanjian and sneered, "You want to be arrogant with me?" You mother asterisk cur, be arrogant with me again. Murong Wanjian roared. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister as he shouted, Green Lotus Core Fire, come out for me! Woohoo! The dusky sky was torn apart by a flame. It brought along a power that could ignore everything as it pressed down. On the surface, it didn't look strong. Murong Wanjian sneered and said, Luo Tian, O Luo Tian, you are indeed a poor kid from a mountain village. You think you can hurt me with this kind of power? Too weak. Ha ha ha. Your invincible mode should be over, right? Now you can die for me. Murong Wanjian's body emitted a vigorous aura. The aura that came out of his nose was like a flame. His expression was filled with contempt. His eyes were filled with arrogance and pride. He looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at an ant. But before he could unleash his power, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The green lotus core fire came down like a meteorite. Murong Wanjian swung his dragon tail. His body emitted a streak of power as he wanted to eject the green lotus core fire and crush it. He didn't even look at the green lotus core fire. Because he disdained it, he completely looked down on Luo Tian. He completely looked down on this insignificant flame that didn't have any aura of power. He directly ignored this kind of power. However, at this moment, that ball of flame directly penetrated his streak of power. It penetrated everything and directly smashed down on his head, exploding. Rumble, rumble. A loud sound shook the heaven and earth as if the earth was about to collapse. Murong Wanjian's body slightly sank. His face turned sinister, and his heart was somewhat shocked. He stared at Luo Tian and coldly snorted. Humph, I accidentally let you succeed. So what? This kind of damage is nothing to me. It doesn't matter even if you do it 10 more times. The instant the green lotus core flame landed, a bright red number floated above Murong Wanjian's head. -5 million. Luo Tian smiled and said, You still want to be arrogant with me? Heavenly flame. The second one, purifying demonic lotus flame. Blast. The third one, prison flame, blast. The fourth, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, Guanghan ice flame attack. The sky was filled with flames, each more powerful than the previous one. Moreover, they were like magic that locked onto their target. No matter how Murong Wanjian moved, he was still locked onto. There was simply no way for him to dodge. 9 heavenly flames were released at once. Including the first one, there were 10 heavenly flames. This power was simply heaven-defying. And Murong Wanjian also felt a trace of danger. His face darkened and his brows furrowed. However, his expression was still arrogant and unbridled. He coldly snorted and said, Just now I was careless and didn't release my power. Otherwise, with your trashy cultivation technique, rumble. Without waiting for him to speak, the second heavenly flame exploded on his face. A loud sound rang out. Another bright, red number floated above Murong Wanjian's head. His expression became extremely malevolent. His 2 dragon eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at Luo Tian and roared, Luo, Tiu, before he could finish his words. The third heavenly flame came crashing down. Rumble. It still struck his face. A huge dragon's face was blasted 3 times in a row. His face exploded and blood flowed out. He was in an extremely sorry state. The dragon's face was Murong Wanjian's face, and these 3 heavenly flames had directly disfigured him. Anger. Roll. The flames in Murong Wanjian's heart almost ignited his body as he roared once again. You dog, I'm going to kill you. The 4th heavenly flame fell. It still exploded on his face. You, rumble. The 5th heavenly flame fell. The 6th heavenly flame fell. Kill. The 7th heavenly flame fell. The 8th heavenly flame fell. The 9th heavenly flame fell. The 10th heavenly flame fell. Murong Wanjian's dragon face was smashed, and all of his teeth were blown out. The malevolent and arrogant dragon face was now like a dead dog. When he spoke, his teeth were leaking, and his mouth was full of blood. If one didn't listen carefully, one wouldn't know what he was saying. Sorry state. He was in an extremely sorry state, even more sorry than when he was kneeling in front of Luo Tian. Just now, he was only kneeling and being crushed. Now he was bombarded by Luo Tian's 10 heavenly flames until he was unrecognizable as a dragon. In front of so many people, his so-called true dragon son had become too horrible to look at. Did he even have the slightest bit of dragon's might? What true dragon among men? He was completely a pile of sh*t. His face had been thrown to the Arctic Ocean. Shout! Shout again for me. Luo Tian laughed complacently and said, Arrogant, continue to be arrogant for me. Don't you like to be arrogant? Aren't you insufferably arrogant? Aren't you the true dragon's son, dragon among men? Continue to be arrogant for me. The more Luo Tian said, the angrier he got. His voice became louder and louder. He was like a madman. Everyone was completely dumbfounded by him. Huff! 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 Murong Wanjian was panting like a cow. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. One of his eyes was already blinded by the heavenly flame, and the other eyelid had fallen off. His eyeball was about to fall out. He was in an extremely sorry state. His pupils shrank abruptly like needles. The mysterious Dark King's energy pillar in his body burst out again. He panted and said, Luo Tian, you've used up your attack, right? Now it's my turn. Die for me. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Ah! He shouted madly. Seeing that the heavenly flame had stopped attacking, Murong Wanjian became complacent again. Although his expression was in a sorry state, the aura that exploded from his body was extremely arrogant and cold. Just as he opened his mouth, Bah! Luo Tian spat at Murong Wanjian and said, I'm so happy to see you being so arrogant. Do you think that I've used up all my heavenly flames? Ha ha ha. I like to give you hope and then see your eyes filled with despair. The 11th heavenly flame, come out for me. The 12th heavenly flame, come out for me. The 13th, the 14th, the 25th heavenly flame, come out for me. Bang, 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 bang. A wave of heavenly flames that was even more intense than before came down. Murong Wanjian's face sank. His entire person was like a tragedy. His face was pale, and he couldn't say a single word. At this moment, he had truly fallen into despair. Another 15 heavenly flames came down. Murong Wanjian's body was full of holes. However, he wasn't dead yet. At this moment, he laughed arrogantly again. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you can't kill me, right? You'll never be able to win against me. Luo Tian smiled lightly and said, Is that so? The 26th heavenly flame, Nihility devouring flame, come out for me. Give me a big explosion. My stomach is acting up again. I went for another checkup today and took another wave of medicine. Old Nyo. Sigh, it's uncomfortable. Not only does my stomach hurt, but I'm also suffering from internal heat. A huge wave of nosebleeds flowed out for no reason. Have you seen a cow having a nosebleed before? I'm about to pee myself. Am I going to die soon? Chapter 822. Just when Murong Wanjian was happy that Luo Tian didn't kill him. Just when he thought that this was his chance to counterattack. Just when he was arrogant and happy. Luo Tian's words caused his heart to sink to the bottom of the valley. He was in complete despair and was scared to death. His voice was trembling, and his body was trembling as well. He was so scared that he peed and poop came out. He immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Big Brother Luo, Boss Luo, Grandpa Luo, please let me go. I beg you, I won't dare to do it again. Give me one more chance. Li Shuer is your woman and has always been your woman. At this moment, Murong Wanjian was truly scared. The faces of the 10 great immortal sects alliance changed. One of the disciples' weapons suddenly dropped as he muttered to himself, No, Murong Wanjian is the son of the true dragon. He is the most likely person to become the strongest person in the profound sky continent. How noble is he? It's impossible for him to kneel to anyone, and it's impossible for him to kneel to anyone. All of this is just a dream. It's not real. He is the son of the true dragon. How could he lose? How could he kneel to anyone? He has the noblest bloodline. Murong Wanjian, I beg you, don't kneel to him. We will always be with you. Rise up. Let's kill Luo Tian together. His heart was cold. His heart was cold. Murong Wanjian had a very high prestige in the immortal sex. This kind of prestige surpassed that of the immortal sex sect masters. This kind of prestige made the entire world proud of him. However, his actions had disappointed them. The son of the true dragon in their eyes had knelt. The last line of defense in their hearts had collapsed. Unbearable, an unspeakable, unbearable feeling. Murong Wanjian fiercely glared at them and scolded. You bunch of dogs! Why aren't you kneeling when you see Grandpa Luo? If you dare to touch a single hair of Grandpa Luo's people, I'll kill you. Grandpa Luotan, please let me go. Spare my dog life. As long as you let me go, I will immediately kill all of these disciples of the immortal sections. I will even kill their entire families. Then, no one in the Tianqian continent will dare to disobey you. I can turn that bullshit Soul King into a dead dog in a second. If he doesn't hand over the antidote to the soul poison, I'll kill him immediately. I have 10,000 ways to kill him. Grandpa Luo Tian, please let me go. I beg you. Murong Wanjian knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He was afraid of death. He was very afraid of death, the kind that was scared to death. Luo Tian still had a strand of deviant flame that had yet to come down. As long as it came down, he would immediately turn into ashes. Death meant nothing. The more he thought about death, the more his heart trembled. He looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper who decided his fate. The true dragon's son Murong Wanjian, who used to be high and mighty, was now kneeling before Luo Tian like a dog. This was an absolute defeat, an absolute suppression. For the past 3 years, Luo Tian had worked hard with all his might. Now he had finally done it. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, when the disciples of the immortal sex heard Murong Wanjian's words, their original pain turned into anger. Their anger exploded bit by bit. Suddenly a voice exploded from the crowd and roared, Luo Tian, kill him! Kill him. Our 10 great immortal sects will all listen to the Huashan immortal sect. Murong Wanjian's words deeply hurt them. At this moment, they suddenly understood that they weren't even ants in Murong Wanjian's eyes. It didn't matter if he killed them, but he also killed their entire families. As long as one was human, they wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. Kill him. Kill Murong Wanjian. Luo Tian, we beg you. Kill him. The voices suddenly changed. They all roared and wanted Luo Tian to kill Murong Wanjian. Their hearts were dead. If Murong Wanjian didn't die, then they would definitely die in the future. It would even affect their families. Even if Luo Tian didn't make a move, they would still fight to the death. Luo Tian could see this from their furious gazes. Murong Wanjian's HP was almost empty. He was already at his last breath. Not many of the experts in the alliance of the 10 great immortal sects died, but if they wanted to kill Murong Wanjian, they could use the human wave tactic to kill him. If they were to kill Murong Wanjian, then it would be a huge loss. Murong Wanjian's face turned gloomy. You bunch of trash. You want to kill me? You bunch of trash? Why don't you take a piss and take a look at yourselves? A bunch of trash. Humph. Immediately after, Murong Wanjian looked at Luo Tian and said, Grandpa Luo Tian, as long as you say the word, I will immediately kill them all. These trash are just wasting food in this world. They are wasting the cultivation resources of the profound sky continent. These resources belong to your Huashan immortal sect. We can't let these trash divide them up. Boom boom. Angry. The disciples of the alliance of the 10 great immortal sects were all angry. If there were people who were wavering just now, then there was only one thought in their minds now, and that was to kill Morong Wanjian. Step by step. At this moment, Luo Tian took a step forward and shouted, "For the peace of the profound sky continent, for the sake of having one less insufferably arrogant trash in this world, for all of you, for everyone, I have decided." Everyone quietened down and looked at Luo Tian. It was as if Luo Tian was deciding their fate. Morong Wanjian laughed coldly, looked at the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, and said proudly, "Just wait for your deaths. I am the son of the true dragon. I have the true dragon's bloodline, and I have fused with 9 energy pillars. My value is far greater than yours. You bunch of trash, just wait for your deaths." Ha ha ha! He was very clear that he could help Luo Tian. As long as it was a smart person, they would choose him and not the remaining disciples of the alliance of the 10 great immortal sections. These people were no longer of much use. Morong Wanjian was once again pleased with himself. The corner of his mouth revealed an insufferably cold smile. However, it was also at this moment that Luo Tian looked at Morong Wanjian and smiled faintly. He whispered into his ear, "Your value is really high. You might be the highest person in the world," but when he said the word "but," Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said, "But you are a boss. You have fused with 9 energy pillars. You have a huge amount of experience and Xianqi value. If I kill you, I can unify the celestial sect forces and unify the profound sky continent. But these are not important. The most important point is, I am very unhappy with you. Of all the things you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have touched my woman. You shouldn't have hurt my brother. I've sworn that if anyone dared to touch my woman, I'll kill all of his ancestors. If anyone dared to touch my brother, I'll kill his entire family. Die for me." The 26th strange flame that was circling in the sky descended. Without giving Morong Wanjian any time to react, it directly turned him into dust. The system sounded out. Ding! Luo Tian's heart tightened and he instantly prayed, "******, please bestow me strength." Thank you to Smoke Fluttering Red for your 10,000 book coins. Thank you very much. There will be more updates at night. The old bull is still working hard. Chapter 823. It was the most crucial moment. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened as he quietly listened and waited. His eyes were slightly closed. His expression was like that of a prisoner waiting to be sentenced. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Morong Wanjian, for obtaining 0 experience and 0 profound qi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 9 Dark King energy pillars. Do you wish to fuse them? The voice stopped abruptly here. There was nothing else. Luo Tian's heart was about to break as he scolded, "System, your uncle, the final boss, only dropped these things. Do you still want to live? Do you believe that I won't commit suicide in front of you?" 2F** ket up. It was a rainbow super boss after all, and it dropped such trash? Luo Tian couldn't accept it. His face was wooden as he squatted on the ground and drew circles. He muttered to himself, F***CK, do you not love me anymore? Do you really not love me anymore? I love you so much. Why don't you love me a little? You must know that I loved you the most in my previous life. Even in this other world, your voluptuous body would appear in my mind from time to time. My little brother couldn't help but stand up straight, wanting to fiercely charge onto your body. It can be seen how much I love you, but now, you actually don't bless me. In any case, I'm still the final boss. Do you have to treat me like this? My heart is broken, and I feel that I will never love again. 3 years. He had worked hard for 3 years just to trample Morong Wanjian to death. Even though Luo Tian had once told himself in his heart that even if Morong Wanjian didn't drop anything, he would still trample him to death. He would use his strongest attack and strongest stance to crush him to death. He had done it now, and Murong Wanjian had been turned upside down by him in all directions. No matter which aspect he looked at, Luo Tian had completely defeated him. But now he didn't drop anything. Luo Tian couldn't accept it. It was too unbearable. Playing an online game and encountering an ultimate boss. One had to work hard for a few years to kill it, and almost died a few times. But in the end, the boss was killed, and the heavens made a joke of not dropping anything. Wasn't this F*** up? The power of the mysterious evil king's energy pillar was indeed very strong, but Luo Tian already knew that this would happen. Is there nothing else besides these? In any case, he was the son of the true dragon, someone with the true dragon's bloodline. How could he be so poor? It was completely unacceptable. Luo Tian's heart was about to die. At this moment, the system beeped again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level: 5th Order Mystic Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level: 6th level Mystic Arch. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level: 7th stage Mystic Arch. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level: 8th level Mystic Arch. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level: 9th level Mystic Arch. Ding! Notification: player Luo Tian is 1 level away from entering the void-piercing realm. Please break through the Mystic Arch Great Perfection realm within 1 month and ascend to the higher planes. 1 month later, the system will automatically update, and all the player's attributes will be reset. Notification: if player Luo Tian is unable to break through and ascend within 1 month, the system will assume that the player has given up. The player will be punished. The punishment will be obliteration. After hearing the first 5 notifications, Luo Tian laughed. He laughed out loud. Ever since he started playing games, leveling up had never felt so good. Leveling up 5 times in a row was too good. It was simply too good. Murong Wanjian indeed didn't drop anything, but levels meant power and power. As long as there was a level, there would be everything. Now that he had soared to the 9th stage of the Mystic Arch, his experience points had increased by 1%. What was more, alright then? Luo Tian was not done being happy. After hearing the last 2 notifications, he was instantly enraged. He was so angry that he wanted to use the deviant fire to blast the system to death. System, come out if you have the guts. I guarantee that I will not kill you, but I will definitely beat the shit out of you and make you eat it. Are you King playing with me? Do you know how much experience points are needed to break through the Mystic Arch Great Perfection realm within 1 month? How many zeros are there exactly? CK. Luo Tian thought that he would need a lot of experience points, but he did not expect he saw a long string of zeros, and his eyes were immediately dazzled. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10 million, 100 billion, 100 billion. Leveling up 1 level requires 500 billion experience points. Brother, just kill me directly. I feel that there is no meaning in living like this. Luo Tian's eyes were lifeless. He really did not understand why the system was doing this to him. If the system was a person, Luo Tian would have killed him now. He would definitely not give him any chance to live. He originally wanted to be a local tyrant in the Tian Shan continent and be happy for a few years. He wanted to marry all these women. He wanted to do all the moves and postures that he had imagined in his previous life. In his previous life, his dream of having 2, 3, 5, 8 beauties rolling in his bed with him had come true. But now, let alone rolling in his bed, he didn't even have the time to take a piss. He wanted to kill all the demonic beasts in the Tian Shan continent. CK your mother. Luo Tian's face was very ugly. He returned to his human form and was extremely angry. At this moment, the disciples of the 10 immortal sects all knelt down and shouted in unison, "Supreme Luo Tian!" Supreme. The strongest in the Tian Shan continent was the title. Supreme Mystic Tharch was only the title of the strongest realm. When a person's name was added to the two-word supreme, that person was the king of this world. A true supreme. Murong Wanjian was killed by Luo Tian. Luo Tian's strength instantly broke through to the 9th stage of the Mystic Tharch realm. There was no doubt that he was the strongest person in the Tian Shan continent. They worshipped the strong and were willing to kneel down and call Luo Tian a supreme. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. He regained his normal expression and smiled faintly. Get up. At this moment, and Chun Chun ran up step by step. Oh, Luo Tian Gij became a supreme. Oh, Luo Tian Gij became a supreme. Luo Tian Gij is the most handsome, hee. And Chun Chun likes Luo Tian Gij the most. Chun Chun wants to roll in bed with Luo Tian Gij. She did not understand what rolling in bed meant. All the girls blushed. They all walked up with happy smiles. Cold Frost supported Li Shuer and said, "The poison in Mrs. Body has not been removed." Luo Tian's face darkened. He roared, "Soul King, get out here for me." The Soul King was so scared that he knelt on the ground. His teeth chattered as he said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The stronger one was, the more one was afraid of death. Luo Tian stared and said, "Remove the poison in Shui, Er's body for me." The Soul King's face became even paler. His voice was as soft as a mosquito as he said, I don't have the antidote either." After chatting in the group at night, to be honest, Old Bull was really touched. Thank you for your concern. With you readers, Old Bull can die without regrets. Thank you. Also, by the way, Old Bull will be 30 years old next year. At my age, I can't be considered young anymore. I know what kind of position I have and what kind of position I have in my family. I will continue to write. The doctor has repeatedly reminded me to rest and recuperate today, so please give me some time to recuperate. I will become that crazy bull again, and I will explode with 10 or 20 chapters. Please let Old Bull rest for a while. Thank you. It shouldn't be too long before that crazy bull will return. During this period of time, please support me, brothers from the Chrysanthemum team. Don't let the chrysanthemum go when you see it. Old Bull thanks you all. Chapter 824. No antidote. Are you King kidding me? Luo Tian was instantly enraged. His aura was like a mountain, directly suppressing the Soul King until he couldn't move. The Soul King's face turned even paler as he shouted angrily, "You poison me and you say there's no antidote? I'll give you one more chance. If you don't get rid of the poison in Shui, Er's body, I'll kill you immediately." The Soul King's legs were trembling, and he was about to lose his balance. He knew that Luo Tian was very angry now. He could feel this anger, and it was an anger that he wanted to vent. Anger? Of course, he was angry. If Luo Tian couldn't break through the Mystic Tharch Great Circle within a month, he would be killed by the system. 500 billion experience points. This was playing him to death. How could he not be angry? If he wasn't angry, would he still be human? The Soul King's face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Luo Tian, I indeed don't have the antidote, but you can't kill me. If you kill me, no one else in this world can cure the soul poison." The soul poison was refined using his soul remembrance to control his subordinates. He had never thought of researching an antidote. There had never been an antidote. But now he was regretting it. If he could research an antidote earlier, he wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Looking at Luo Tian's bloodshot eyes, his heart was trembling. He said seriously again, "Give me 10 years, no 8 years. 8 years is enough. I will definitely research an antidote for the soul poison. I swear to the heavens that I will give it to her immediately. I also promise you that the Soul Hall will be loyal to the Huashan Immortal Sect until death." In order to protect his life, so what if it was a soul hall? He built it single-handedly, and after 10,000 years, he finally had some strength. But so what? Compared to his own life, nothing else was important. Luo Tian's face changed and became extremely gloomy. Originally, he was very annoyed that the system forced him to break through the mystic, Dharch, Great Circle within a month. He was worried that he couldn't find someone to vent his anger on. This damned Soul King actually couldn't hand over the antidote. Now he could vent his anger. Suddenly, Luo Tian's four mythological beasts activated their bloodlines, and a deafening roar erupted from his body. He immediately crushed the Soul King to the ground and shouted, 8 years? Do you know how many 8 years a person's life is? You want such a beautiful girl to wait for 8 years? Soul King, I think you're tired of living. Boom! The Soul King knelt down heavily. His knees were bleeding, and his face was as pale as paper. Luo Tian, I'll research the antidote as soon as possible. I'm the only one in this world who knows how to refine soul poison, and I'm the only one who knows how to research the antidote, Luo Tian directly said. Just say that you're the only one who can cure Shue's poison. Why do you need to talk so much nonsense? The Soul King said you can say that. Only I, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian's eyes flickered. Die! Without waiting for the Soul King to react, he slapped him across the face. This was the gathering of the anger in his heart. The anger was directed at the system, and the anger was directed at the Soul King. The two waves of anger made Luo Tian extremely unhappy. Furthermore, the Soul King had also swallowed the energy pillar. Would killing him give him another level? Even if he couldn't level up, he should still be able to obtain a large wave of experience. Pa! The Soul King couldn't react at all. He only saw Luo Tian move a little, and then his head rolled down. Blood splattered everywhere. The two eyeballs of the severed head stared straight at Luo Tian. His lips moved a few times, as if he was saying, If you kill me, no one will be able to kill Li Shuer. You want me to wait for you for 8 years? If you can't find the antidote in 8 years, do you want me to wait for you for 80,000 years? Luo Tian kicked the Soul King's head away. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Soul King for obtaining 1 billion experience points and 1 billion mystical energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Mysterious Yin King's energy pillar. Do you wish to fuse it? There was nothing else that dropped from the boss. What a pity. There was no level up. Luo Tian sighed in his heart. Then he shouted coldly, People of the Soul Hall, listen up. From today onwards, there will be no more Soul Hall in the Tian Shan continent. Either you join the Huashan Immortal Sect, leave the organization, or die. The Soul Hall also had a huge force. Luo Tian definitely couldn't allow this force to grow and threaten the Huashan Immortal Sect. Many of the Soul Hall disciples were stunned. They looked at each other, then knelt down in front of Luo Tian and said in unison, Supreme Luo Tian. Evening, Huashan Immortal Sect. Luo Tian looked at the gradually darkening sky in a daze, his mind buzzing. Very irritating. Very irritating. The bride snatching was a success, and he had stepped into the Ninth Order Mystic Emperor. He was an existence that could look down on the entire continent. However, Li Shuer was in a daze. Just like in his previous life, she was in a vegetative state. Even a female phoenix couldn't break through the soul poison. How powerful was this poison? Luo Tian kept using the regeneration technique, but he couldn't cure the poison in her body. He thought of countless ways, but he still couldn't cure it. His heart was very irritated. He didn't have the time to think so much. He did everything he could for the past 3 years for this woman. Now she was by his side, but he couldn't save her. This feeling was very unbearable. The most important thing was that Luo Tian couldn't find a way to cure Li Shuer's poison. This was the most unbearable thing for him. So what if he was the strongest? He couldn't even save his own woman. He was still a piece of trash. Luo Tian laughed self-deprecatingly. What can I do to cure Shuer's poison? No matter what, even if I don't do anything for a month, Even if the system erases me, I have to save her. Li Shuer was very important to him. He only realized today that Li Shuer's importance was beyond his imagination. In these 3 years, Li Shuer had helped him countless times. There were many times when Luo Tian could feel her by his side. He liked this feeling very much, but now he couldn't feel it. Who? Shuer. I will definitely save you. I swear. Luo Tian's face sank. His left hand moved slightly and accidentally touched the Sumeru ring on his finger. This was the ring passed down by the Huashan Patriarch. He didn't care about it. Ever since the Huashan Patriarch appeared once, he never appeared again. He didn't use the strongest defense he had left for himself. Suddenly, he touched the Sumeru ring. The ring flashed with a faint light. At this moment, Luo Tian's vision changed as he was sucked into the Sumeru ring. Ha ha ha! Brat, you really didn't disappoint me. You really destroyed the Earth's core pagoda. Ha ha ha! An old man who looked like an immortal walked out from the void with a smile on his face as he looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's face froze. Damn, you finally came out! Thank you, old bull fan, for your 10,000 book coins. Thank you. Then, what the old bull wanted to say was that the old bull was indeed sick and his body was in a condition. Yesterday he wanted to have a good rest, but today, the monthly votes were about to explode. Could he rest? Seeing that his chrysanthemum was about to explode, the old bull had the heart to vomit blood. I still have to update a little more. There is still a big wave of updates tonight. The old bull is really risking his life, begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes. Brothers, in the last month of 2014, please let the old bull have a perfect curtain call. Chapter 8:25. After coming out of the Earth's core pagoda, Luo Tian did not pay attention to the Sumeru ring, so he naturally did not enter the space inside the ring to look for the old ancestor of Hua Mountain. He thought that the old ancestor of Hua Mountain had condensed all the energy in his soul remembrance into that super strong defensive power for him, and then used it up. This soul remembrance also died, and Luo Tian was sad for a long time. However, now that the old ancestor of Hua Mountain was standing in front of him alive and well, compared to the first time he saw him, his spirit was a little better. His immortal bones seemed to be even more powerful, giving people the feeling of a great god, a great immortal. Luo Tian was a little shocked, and then said, "Aren't you dead? Why did you appear again?" Cough, cough! The old ancestor of Hua Mountain coughed a few times, and then knocked on Luo Tian's head and said, "You brat, who told you that I was dead?" Aya. Luo Tian wanted to dodge, but he couldn't dodge at all. Furthermore, he had never seen the power of the old ancestor of Hua Mountain before, so he rubbed his head and gritted his teeth. "You're not dead. Last time I called you so loudly, why didn't you come out?" "I thought you would condense the power in your soul remembrance into a defensive power for me, and then use up all your energy and die. At that time, I was sad for a few seconds, but I didn't expect that I was wasting my time. You're actually still alive, and even better than the last time I saw you. Ancestor, are you just a soul remembrance, or something else? You're not playing with me, are you? Or, you too, system?" Luo Tian couldn't help but be suspicious. He still remembered how dangerous the Earth's core pagoda's mission was. Every floor was filled with the consequences of being erased by the system, and this was a mission created by the old ancestor of Hua Mountain. If you said that he had nothing to do with the system, even Luo Tian himself wouldn't believe it. Even if he was in the system, he was definitely an NPC, an existence with a super BUG. The old ancestor of Hua Mountain was startled, revealing a completely confused expression, and said, "What is the system? What mission did I issue? Brat, what nonsense are you talking about? I asked you to save the profound sky continent and achieve the supreme great Tao. Did I say anything else?" Luo Tian stared at Elder Hua Mountain's eyes for a few seconds, but he couldn't see anything. He thought to himself, this probably has nothing to do with the system. If it does, then Elder Hua Mountain's acting skills are godly. Even I can't see through it. Old ancestor Hua Mountain saw Luo Tian staring at him and was startled. He said, "Last time you called me, I wasn't in the spatial ring. That's why I couldn't hear you and didn't appear. I went to another world. I didn't expect you to destroy the Earth's core tower in just 3 months after I left. You have to know that no one has been able to do it in all these years. I really didn't misjudge you. However, don't be too proud yet. A lot of things have become complicated. Although you broke through the Earth's core tower, Song Tianlong, Xinghai ancestor, and a few other juniors actually used the power of the true dragon and female phoenix bloodline to activate the heavens altar, leading it to a world several levels higher than the profound sky continent, the Yin King continent. The power link between the heavens altar and the heavens altar is still ongoing. The Yin King continent is getting closer and closer to the profound sky continent. Tomorrow, there might be a huge wave of creatures from the Yin King continent as rewards in Broken Sky City. At that time, blood will flow like a river. The mysterious Yin King will also take this opportunity to madly devour the origin energy of the profound sky continent. This will be a huge catastrophe for the profound sky continent. Not only the mysterious Yin King, I'm afraid that all the people you killed today will be resurrected by him. At that time, hearing these words from the old ancestor of Hua Mountain, Luo Tian wasn't dumbfounded. He wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was excited. His heart moved, and he immediately said, "Damn, I was wondering why the system wanted me to break through to the mystic, Dharch perfection realm in a month. There are creatures from the higher planes descending. If that's the case, I will have a chance to break through to the mystic, Dharch perfection realm." Ha 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 ha! Secretly excited in his heart, Luo Tian had a worried look on his face. He said, "Old ancestor, what should I do? I only have the cultivation of the mystic Dharch. I don't have the power to fight against the mysterious Yin King and the others. You might as well come back with your real body and send them to hell in one go. This way, the catastrophe of the profound sky continent will be resolved. At the same time, you can also solve the mission below the Earth's core pagoda. You will also be able to successfully absorb the power of the Great Tao." Cough, cough! The old ancestor of Hua Mountain was stunned by Luo Tian's words. He shouted, "You brat, if I can come back, I will still need your help. What's more, if the profound sky continent wasn't the plane where I was born, I wouldn't even bother. You brat, listen to me carefully. The mysterious Yin King strength is only 100 times stronger than the mystic Dharch perfection realm. You don't have to worry." Without waiting for the old ancestor of Hua Mountain to finish, Luo Tian immediately flipped out and scolded, "F***CK, 100 times stronger than the mystic Dharch perfection realm, and you tell me not to worry? Say it again. If you have the guts, do it yourself. If you want me to be cannon fodder, I can't be bothered. Once the mysterious Yin King appears, I will immediately submit to him and become his fighter. I can't be bothered to care about the profound sky continent. Humph! 100 times stronger than the mystic Dharch perfection realm. What kind of concept was that? It was an existence that could not be surpassed. Thinking about it, Luo Tian felt that it was impossible. He was arrogant, he was egotistical, but he was very clear about one thing. That was to act according to one's ability. He was just a mortal. How could he fight against a giant? Arrogance, these were useless. Everything depended on strength. The old ancestor of Hua Mountain was stunned again. After hearing what Luo Tian said, he wanted to knock Luo Tian's head until it was full of bumps. That was what he did, too. Although his head was not full of bumps, Luo Tian really covered his head and ran away like a rat. He scolded loudly, "Stop, stop, you F***King, stop." The old ancestor of Hua Mountain was furious. He said, "Kid, I haven't finished speaking. What are you afraid of? The profound sky continent is also the origin continent where you were born. When you break through to a higher plane, you will realize what benefits the profound sky continent brings you. Listen carefully. Enter the core now and complete the next mission. Kill the demon Lord Sangdi in the core, and you will obtain a kind of power from him. This power is the nemesis of all living things in the mystic Een continent. Use this power to crush the mysterious Een King, and you will have a chance of survival. Luo Tian stared and said, "No, the core is too dangerous. I will not go to my death." You, the old ancestor of Mount Hua, blew his beard and widened his eyes in anger. He was exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations as he said, "Kid, why can't you be enlightened? You will receive things you can't even imagine if you save the Tianxian land. If I could return, I would go myself." Luo Tian was shocked. If even the old ancestor of Hua Mountain wanted to get it, what could it be? Luo Tian did not reveal any expression. The old ancestor of Hua Mountain was a rich man. If he did not take advantage of him now, would he still be human? Old Cow was still writing. There would be more updates at night. Chapter 826. Last time, he squeezed out a super defensive power. This time, Luo Tian suddenly realized that he had let the Patriarch of Mount Hua off too easily last time. He now realized that the Patriarch of Mount Hua was much stronger than he had imagined, and he was no longer in the ancient world. He had entered a higher, stronger plane, and from his words, Luo Tian discovered that the profound sky continent belonged to the origin continent. Some experts would still use the power of the origin continent after sending, and this power would be related to their future cultivation, experience, and various other aspects. Why did the Patriarch of Mount Hua appear? Was it really because he was born in the profound sky continent and was filled with feelings for it? For what great Tao? All of this was nonsense. Luo Tian dared to swear to the heavens that the righteous words spoken by the elder ancestor of Mount Hua were all nonsense. What he truly wanted was the prosperity and development of the profound sky continent, so that the elite warriors of the other planes would not be able to devour the essence of the profound sky continent. This would be of great help to the cultivation of the world he was in. Moreover, this kind of help was very important to him. Of course, the Patriarch of Mount Hua definitely had some feelings for the profound sky continent, but this was only a little bit. Since that was the case, then he could not let him go. Luo Tian revealed an expression as if a broken jar had been broken, and said, "Patriarch, you want me to enter the core of the earth to kill that whatever Dizong demon lord. I am not his match at all. If I die there won't even be anyone to collect my corpse. It's too dangerous. I'm willing to stay unless..." The Patriarch of Mount Hua rolled his eyes and said, "Unless what?" Luo Tian looked pained and said, "It's not impossible for me to kill the Dizong demon lord and to save the profound sky continent. But you have to give me the corresponding strength, right? Otherwise, even if I risk my life, I won't be able to complete it. If you want me to complete it, you have to give me some benefits. At least let me have the strength to complete the mission. Don't you think so?" The Patriarch of Mount Hua was startled and said, "What do you want?" Luo Tian smiled inwardly and said, "I don't need too many things. Aren't you in the higher plane? Give me some over-god weapons, master-god weapons, and the like. Finally, give me a few dozen undying pellets or something. If there are resurrection pellets, that would be best. Then, give me an invincible defensive armor. This way, I will be in an invincible position, and I can help you complete your mission as soon as possible. All of this is for you. If it were me, I wouldn't care about the life and death of the profound sky continent. I'm going to die anyways. When the mysterious Een King comes and revives those heavenly dragons, supercluster ancestors, and Morong Wanjian, do I still have a chance of surviving?" He made it sound like he was very pitiful. Luo Tian's expression, that pitiful look in his eyes, could move people to tears. But the Patriarch of Mount Hua's eyes widened to the size of a cow's. He roared, "Last time, you took a strand of my power. This time you still want to do it? Kid, don't. Dream." The last sentence was spoken word by word. Luo Tian was instantly unhappy. "Goodbye." After saying this sentence, he was about to leave. Since the soft approach did not work, then he would use the hard approach. Other than me, who else can help you? I don't believe that you won't beg me. Luo Tian thought to himself. He really wanted to use the heart net on the patriarch of Mount Hua to see what he was thinking. However, he was also worried that the patriarch of Mount Hua would suspect him. If he was discovered, after all, the heart net was a divine technique. Furthermore, the patriarch of Mount Hua in the Summer Ring was just a strand of soul. The power of the heart net might fail to pry into his inner thoughts. It was the same as Luo Tian's judgment. Hearing Luo Tian say that he was about to leave, the patriarch of Mount Hua's tone immediately softened. He said, "Kid, wait." Luo Tian crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with an indifferent expression, "What? I'm helping you achieve your Tao, and you're telling me to stop dreaming. I'm puzzled. There's no free lunch in this world. Patriarch, you want me to risk my life. You should at least give me some protection. Am I just going to die in the core?" The patriarch of Mount Hua's face darkened. He said, "I don't have what you're talking about. There's hope." Luo Tian was secretly delighted. He was really afraid that the patriarch of Mount Hua would let him go just like that. If that was the case, then he would not be able to get any benefits. His tone was cold. He said, "Then what do you have? You should at least give me some motivation to risk my life, right?" The patriarch of Mount Hua asked, "What do you want, other than what you said just now?" "I'll be honest with you. I don't have anything on me that you can use. Even if I did, if I gave it to you, you wouldn't even be able to lift it. With your current strength of a ninth-order mystic emperor, you would be devoured by my things. Your cultivation is too low. You can't use any of the spiritual treasures on this plane." The patriarch of Mount Hua said bluntly. Hearing this, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. The patriarch of Mount Hua did not seem like he was lying. If he said this, then he definitely did not have any spiritual treasures to give him. Luo Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Patriarch, after you ascended from the Tian-Shin continent, you should have entered the ancient world, right?" The patriarch of Mount Hua nodded and said, "That's right. The mystic emperors from the 108,000 lower planes all entered the ancient world. That is the first stop for the strong. I am no exception. More than 108,000 lower realms." Holy **T. Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue. He was getting more and more excited. The ancient world must be too exciting. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Compared to the ancient world, the Tian-Shin continent was like a newbie village. The ancient world was where the strong gathered. Luo Tian's heart was boiling. He said, "Then can you at least give me some spiritual treasures from the ancient world? Even if you don't have any on you, since you were able to ascend from the ancient world, there must be some spiritual treasures you left behind, just like the Mount Hua immortal sect in the Tian-Shin continent." There was no doubt about that. If he didn't have it on him, then the world he was in would definitely have it. Moreover, the reason why Luo Tian wanted these, and not some that the patriarch of Mount Hua could give him now, was because he wanted to enter the ancient world. Before he even entered, he had already offended the undead emperor and the 7 luminaries' divine lord, these 2 overlords. If he wanted to have a foothold in the ancient world, he had to be strong enough. Hearing Luo Tian's words, the patriarch of Mount Hua said, "You really know how to scheme." "That's right. I did leave some special spiritual treasures in the ancient world. These spiritual treasures are all extremely powerful existences in the ancient world. Since you said it, then I will agree to it. Yes." Listen carefully. The patriarch of Mount Hua listed 3 places in a row. 2 of the places were the cave abodes where he had once cultivated, and the other place was a huge sect. Luo Tian engraved these in his heart. These were the foundation of his foothold in the ancient world. Immediately after, Luo Tian asked, "Patriarch, can you help me with one more thing?" The patriarch of Mount Hua said impatiently, "What?" Luo Tian said, "Do you know about soul poison?" The patriarch of Mount Hua was instantly stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. In the last month of 2014, Old Cow begs for everyone's support one last time to let Undefeated come to a perfect end in 2014. Of course, the end here is not the end. There is still a lot to write. Luo Tian still has to go back to Earth and have a good talk with Mao Zedong. There will also be a chapter about destroying Earth. Tomorrow, there will be an additional chapter. If the monthly votes are good, there will be 2 more chapters in the 3rd update the day after tomorrow. If the monthly votes continue to be good, there will be another chapter. This week, it will be stacked all the way. As long as the 2nd place in the monthly votes is not broken, Old Cow's updates will be stacked all the way. I realized that I really don't want my life anymore. A new day is about to begin. Brothers, you all have recommendation tickets. Old Cow is begging for recommendation tickets. Chapter 827, Soul Poison. The patriarch of Mount Hua was shocked. He frowned and muttered, "There's still someone in the profound sky continent who can refine soul poison." Seeing his expression, Luo Tian became nervous. "Patriarch, is the soul poison very difficult to cure?" The patriarch of Mount Hua said in a low voice, "It's not just difficult, it's extremely difficult. Even in the ancient world, there aren't many people who can cure the soul poison. How could there be someone in the profound sky continent who knows such a sinister method?" Luo Tian said, "It's someone from the Soul Palace." Soul Palace? It was established by a self-righteous Soul King. The patriarch of Mount Hua said with disdain, "If this brat can refine soul poison, I'll chop off my second brother and feed him to the dogs." Humph! How could he refine a poison like soul poison? Don't be fooled by him. If he's not dead, kill him as soon as possible. He doesn't have an antidote, and you can forget about refining an antidote for him. The antidote for soul poison is extremely complicated. As expected, Luo Tian cursed in his heart. Luckily, I killed the Soul King back then. Otherwise, who knows where he would be hiding. Whether the Soul King was dead or not was no longer the key point. Luo Tian was now worried about how to cure the poison. How long could the soul poison stay in Li Shuer's body? How long could she live under the effects of the poison? This was what Luo Tian was worried about. If the ancestor of Huashan Mountain could not cure the poison, then Luo Tian had to enter the antiquity world to find the antidote. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have lived his life in vain. His sudden intrusion had caused Li Shuer to become like this. If he could not save her, Luo Tian would never forgive himself. Immediately after, Luo Tian immediately asked, "Patriarch, you don't have a way?" The patriarch of Mount Hua said, "Of course there is a way. If I was here, I would be able to cure her immediately. However, I am in another plane, and it would take too much time for me to come here. The poison person can't wait that long." Luo Tian asked, "Tell me, I'm listening." Patriarch Huashan glanced at Luo Tian and said, "It's useless to talk about this now. Wait until you open the core and kill Demon Monarch Xidigarba. At that time, I will tell you how to refine the antidote. Don't overthink it. I'm just worried that you'll be distracted. Besides, given your current abilities, you won't be able to concoct the antidote. Instead, it will only distract you. When your cultivation base increases again and you qualify to enter the ancient world, I'll definitely tell you. The profound sky continent doesn't have the antidote for the soul poison. You should focus on saving the profound sky continent. Also, kill the mysterious Yin King. Otherwise, the profound sky continent will become a colony of the mysterious Yin continent. By then, even if you kill the Dizong Demon Lord, it will be useless. The profound sky continent will still be in danger. The patriarch of Mount Hua reminded again. Luo Tian was a little unhappy. Although the patriarch of Mount Hua said so, Luo Tian was even more certain that his goal wasn't so simple. He was worried that if he didn't kill the Dizong demon lord and save the profound sky continent, he would be affected. He couldn't help but think to himself, what is it? What does the patriarch of Mount Hua want from the profound sky continent? Even if it's the source continent, there isn't enough power to affect him. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention. Luo Tian thought for a moment and said with a smile, Patriarch, don't worry. I'll do my best to save the profound sky continent. I'm such a righteous person. I'll definitely lead the profound sky continent to the peak. The Patriarch of Mount Hua smiled with satisfaction and said, with your words, I'm relieved. All right, go back and prepare. The sooner, the better. Luo Tian cupped his hands and said, okay. Within the summer's space, Luo Tian's figure disappeared. The Patriarch of Mount Hua smiled and said, Kid, you didn't dare to bargain with me. Now you don't dare to. Obediently kill the Dizong demon lord for me. This way, I'll be able to find a breakthrough in my Buddha-sea cage. Ha ha ha. Dizong demon lord, you didn't expect me to send someone to kill one of your soul avatars, did you? With one less soul avatar, your power will weaken. At that time, you won't be able to trap me. Ha ha ha. The Patriarch of Mount Hua laughed sinisterly. His figure slowly disappeared. When Luo Tian came out of the Sima ring, the sky was already dark. Beside him stood Erdan and the rest. They looked at Luo Tian and said, Boss, it's not good. Broken Sky City has turned into a river. The disciples of the immortal sects who were stationed there are all dead. Broken Sky City's 10 million citizens were instantly turned into dust by a force from the energy pillar. The worst thing is, those who devoured the energy pillar were all resurrected by a force. Murong Wanjian, Psang Tianlong, Astral Sea Patriarch, Soul King. Even that evil woman Zi Luolan was resurrected. Han Hua said in a deep voice, this is nothing. The power from the heaven altar and the altar of heaven is continuously flowing into the profound sky continent, and these powers are like a bridge. 8 abnormally ferocious demonic beasts have already descended, and the tens of thousands of people in Broken Sky City were shattered into pieces by the roar of one of the demonic beasts. These 8 demonic beasts did not rush out of Broken Sky City after descending, but were instead carrying out some kind of ritual, as if they were welcoming their king. Mysterious Yin King. Luo Tian frowned and muttered, as expected. The Patriarch of Mount Hua was right. The calamity of the profound sky continent is coming. He thought that the old ancestor of Huashan was lying to him. He did not expect that all of this was true. It was even faster than what the old ancestor of Huashan had said. Moreover, these creatures were a level higher than the profound sky continent. The warriors of the profound sky continent could not withstand them at all. Boss, what do we do? Brother Luo Tian, what should we do? Boss, let's kill. I haven't killed enough today. Let's go to Broken Sky City. Everyone looked at Luo Tian with burning eyes and surging murderous intent. Luo Tian glanced at Cold Frost and asked, How is Shuer now? Cold Frost's eyes darkened. She shook her head and said, Miss is still the same. Her eyes are dull. She had some reaction in Broken Sky City, but after returning to Mount Hua, she has no reaction at all. It's like she's in a vegetative state. Luo Tian exhaled softly and said, Han Hua, listen to my orders. Yes, sir. Han Hua clasped his hands. Luo Tian said seriously, Immediately gather the disciples of the 10 great sections. If they don't want to die, all of them will come to Mount Hua. If they want to be the mysterious Yin King's dogs, then let them be. Gather the disciples of the 10 great sects and form a line of defense for me. Boss, are we not going to fight? Fatty Lei couldn't help but ask. He was a fearless person. Luo Tian shook his head and said, No, I have more important things to do now. He had to kill the Dizong demon lord first to obtain the power to deal with the mysterious Yin King. Fighting now was suicide. Thank you to the 2 brothers' brothel. Words lacking. for their 10,000 book coins. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 828. Duantian City. Blood flowed like a river, while corpses piled up like a mountain. Chilly winds blew. The entire city became a dead city. The moment the 8 mystic demonic beasts landed, they killed all the humans within a radius of 100,000 kilometers and revived them in an instant. However, they were like zombies roaming the streets. They didn't have any spirit, and their eyes were lifeless. They were just like the zombies in Resident Evil. However, their bodies were flickering with this mystic energy. This energy was the energy that controlled them. As long as the controller willed it, they would do anything, including death. Heaven's sacrificial altar. Heaven altar. 8 mystic demonic beasts. They were like gigantic black bulls, gigantic bull demon kings. Each of them was 1,000 meters tall. Their physiques were shockingly huge, and they had 2 long horns on their heads. The horns were flashing with a cold light. At this moment, they were looking up at the sky. The energy in their bodies was connected together and resonated with the energy that was being transmitted from the heaven sacrificial altar. Buzz, 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 buzz. The buzzing sound from the energy spread over 1,000,000 kilometers, just like the sound of thunder. Some people stood behind the mystic demonic beasts. Some people that were different from the zombies. Wahahahaha, I'm alive. I'm alive again. Luo Tian, it's time for you to die. Murong Wanjin's body was pitch black. He originally had the body of a true dragon, but now he was like a black dragon. Under the pitch black dragon scales, there was an extremely powerful energy flame, except for his revival. Tsang Tianlong, Supercluster Ancestor, Soul King, Scarlet Refining Devil Monarch. All the mystic Tharch experts that devoured the energy pillars had come back to life. Even Zi Luolan had come back to life. What was different from ordinary martial artists was that they had their own consciousness, just like before they died. It was just that their strength was much stronger than before they died. Murong Wanjian's strength aura had already surpassed the peak stage of the mystic Tharch perfection stage. The moment everyone crawled up from the ground. Those people that were devoured by Murong Wanjian were all looking at him coldly. Murong Wanjian sneered and said, "Are you unhappy? Do you want to fight? All of you go." Humph. With a face full of disdain, Murong Wanjian's eyes were filled with cold contempt as he looked at the 7 people he had devoured and sneered. The 7 of them had lived for tens of thousands of years. Face was more important than anything else. At first, he didn't think that Murong Wanjian would suddenly launch a sneak attack, but now the face of one of them sank as he said, "Murong Wanjian, you're too arrogant." Murong Wanjian's tone was extremely arrogant as he said, "I am arrogant. What can you do to me? You 7 pieces of trash. If I hadn't devoured you, you would have died at the hands of Luo Tian. Rather than that, I might as well eat you." The Drift Cloud Immortal Sect's old ancestor's face sank as he mocked. "So what? Weren't you still killed by Luo Tian? Moreover, you even knelt in front of him and said those shameful words. Murong Wanjian, do you really think you're the son of a true dragon? If it wasn't for the Imperial Immortal Sect, if it wasn't for the hidden heavenly dragon helping you, how could you have today's achievements? With your talent, do you really think you can step into the mystic Tharch Supreme Realm? Humph. If it wasn't for so many cultivation resources, you would still be a small martial artist in Broken Sky City. You might not even be able to break through to the mystic spirit realm in your lifetime. Now that you're arrogant in front of us, do you have the qualifications?" He said with disdain. Murong Wanjian's actions made them extremely unhappy. He actually launched a sneak attack and swallowed all of them alive. This was a form of humiliation to them. Hearing the Drift Cloud old ancestor's words, Murong Wanjian's face became incomparably ugly as anger and arrogance burst out. "You're angry just like that? Hidden Heavenly Dragon got so many cultivation resources for you. Even a fool would break through faster than you, and you're still being arrogant in front of us. You don't have the qualifications at all. You want to compete with Luo Tian? Who do you think you are? Luo Tian is more than 10,000 times stronger than you. Do you have the qualifications to compete with him? Now they had lost. Although they had revived, there was nothing to be afraid of now. Moreover, they were very clear in their hearts that their revival was only temporary. It was just that their strength was stronger, and the 8 supreme demonic beasts gave them freedom of thought. Otherwise, they would be like the martial artists on the street, wandering around like ghosts. Since that was the case, then there was nothing that couldn't be said. The biggest reason for their failure this time was because of Murong Wanjian. They were extremely resentful right now. Even Hidden Heavenly Dragon didn't say anything when he saw his disciple being talked about like this. Instead, he stood by the side with a cold expression. He was extremely dissatisfied with Murong Wanjian, especially when he lost to Luo Tian. Listening to these words, the anger in Murong Wanjian's heart became even more turbulent. Luo Tian will definitely die in my hands. However, before him, all of you old farts will die by my hands. Mystic Een Sword Spirit, come out. Suddenly, Murong Wanjian released the Mystic Een energy in his body. The sword spirit buzzed and rushed into the sky from his body. The sword Qi wreaked havoc, and the killing intent was abnormally strong. He sneered and said, "Without you, I can still do it." As soon as his voice fell, the true dragon sword spirit attacked. The 7 lives mystic emperor's face darkened, but he didn't panic. "Brat, you think too highly of yourself. This is the biggest reason why you lost to Luo Tian." While they were talking, the 7 of them attacked at the same time, releasing their strongest power and attacking Murong Wanjian at the same time. Just at this moment, one of the 8 mystic Een demonic beasts suddenly moved. A huge palm slapped the sky. The sky rumbled as if it was about to split open. An incomparably huge palm came down from the sky. This power was simply indescribable as it instantly pressed the 8 of them to the ground. They couldn't move. Their faces were incomparably pale. Even their breathing was suppressed. Too valiant. Just one move was enough to crush them. Furthermore, it was just a demonic beast. If their master was here, wouldn't his power be as strong as the heavens? "If you dare to make any noise and disturb us, I'll kill you all." That demonic beast slightly opened its mouth and let out a deep voice. Every single one of their hearts was dead silent. They were so scared that their legs were trembling. In their hearts, Luo Tian was already an extremely terrifying existence. However, compared to this demonic beast, Luo Tian was simply child's play. This mystic Een demonic beast was too valiant. Huashan Immortal Sect. Luo Tian quickly set up. A bloody storm was about to arrive. "Thank you, Brothel Brothers, for another 10,000 book coins." "Thank you." Chapter 829. The more frustrated he was, the more things he had to do. He would be killed in a month. Luo Tian was very frustrated. Li Xuaner's soul poison was beyond his expectations. He was frustrated. Now, a large wave of demon beasts from the profound moon continent was about to descend. As the sovereign of the profound sky continent, he had to protect this continent. He was still frustrated. And then there was, he promised the Huashan old ancestor to enter the core of the earth to kill Xidigarba. Every problem was extremely difficult to solve. Luo Tian's head was about to explode. He was very frustrated. He wished he could have 100 clones right now. He couldn't help but think in his heart, if only I had Naruto's clone technique. One thing, one clone, leveling up quickly, doing things quickly, even women. Women have to do it themselves. Only then can I experience the excitement brought by the climax. Speaking of women, Luo Tian became frustrated. Li Xuer was still unconscious. Originally, they promised Luo Tian that as long as Luo Tian saved Li Xuer, they would agree to roll in bed with him. Now that he had saved her. But with Li Xuer in her current state, Tang Tang, and the others were all guarding Li Shue's bedside. They completely ignored Luo Tian. Even in Chen Chen rarely paid attention to him. Of course, with Li Shui in her current state, Luo Tian didn't have the mood to roll in bed with her. His current thoughts were all on how to defend against the mysterious Moon King's army. Dan, go to the Ghost Prison mountain range and find Fan Changjian. Tell him to call all the clansmen who can refine formations. We have to refine a defensive formation. Morong Bai, go to the northernmost sea and find the little carp titan. King Kong, go to the Heavenly Palace God clan. Luo Tian quickly gave the order. Now that it was a matter of life and death, even the smallest forces became very important. Not only the forces that Luo Tian mentioned, but also those ordinary sects, dynasties, and some races were all forces that couldn't be ignored. Understood. The few of them immediately flew out, turning into a ball of flowing light and disappearing into the night. Feng Lei said, "Boss, what about me? You should give me some missions as well. You can't just let me be idle like this." And me. Count me in. The rest of the people walked in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian glanced at them, and his heart sank. In the end, he gave up. He wanted to bring Feng Lei and the others into the core, but he wasn't sure if he could come back alive. It was fine if he died alone, but if he implicated his brothers, Luo Tian couldn't do it. Immediately after, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Your mission is the most important. Protect the Huashan Immortal School well. Soon, there will be many forces joining the Huashan Immortal School. I believe that everyone knows that the mysterious Evil King is coming to the profound Sky Continent. They will definitely come to Huashan to meet up with us. At that time, you will have to make arrangements for them. Just leave this kind of thing to the ordinary disciples. There's no need for us. I still want to follow you, to ambush them." Fatty Lei was a little disappointed. Right now, if he didn't fight for a day, his entire body would feel uncomfortable. Just like Luo Tian, he meditated to cultivate and comprehend the profound qi of heaven and earth. This is a big deal. When these forces join the Huashan Immortal School, there will definitely be all sorts of conflicts. You guys have to coordinate well and unite all the forces that can be united. Luo Tian said very seriously and then said, "I'm going to set up the array. You guys should go rest early or go cultivate." Finished. Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared, and in an instant he was 100 kilometers away. In the main hall of Huashan, Fatty Lei took the lead and said, "You all heard about what happened last time. In order to prevent them from taking risks, Boss went to the Earth's core tower alone. Moreover, this Earth's core tower is only the first stage. There's still the Earth's core and Earth's rock stages. After Boss returned from the Earth's core pagoda, his strength increased greatly. This time, he will definitely enter the Earth's core. The Earth's core is extremely dangerous. We definitely can't let Boss take the risk alone." Fatty Lei was a very meticulous person. He was very clear about Luo Tian's thoughts. Luo Tian didn't want them to take the risk with him. He didn't want them to lose their lives for him. Mad Blade said, "Luo Tian is like this. He always gives us the good things and takes the risk himself. Even if he encounters great difficulties, he won't say anything. The mysterious Yin King is about to descend to the profound Sky Continent. Li Shui is in a coma from the soul poison. And now, he wants to enter the Earth's core and set up a defensive array. He is always risking his life alone. We are his brothers, but he values our lives more than his own. No matter what, this time I must go in with him. My old life was given to me by him. If I have to die, it will be me who dies first." Xian Yuanyi said, "Uncle Mad Blade, what do you mean by death? My life was also given to me by Boss, so even if I die, I will be the first one to die. Don't fight with me." Blind Lu grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, and said, "Do you guys want me to play a song for you?" "Please don't. Blind, you're awesome. You're amazing. I want to die when I hear the sound of your broken arrow." "Ha ha ha. This time we will definitely follow boss and charge through it properly. Just thinking about following boss makes my blood boil. Everyone looked in the direction Luo Tian disappeared with excited smiles on their faces. At the same time, their idea had been observing Luo Tian the entire time. They were worried that Luo Tian would suddenly leave. Hua Mountain Range was a naturally dangerous place. This was also the reason why Patriarch Hua Mountain chose this place. Luo Tian stood at a high place. Looking at the starry sky, he naturally thought of Li Shuer and muttered to himself, "Little sister Shuer, I will definitely save you. I will definitely get the antidote. I swear to the heavens." After saying that, Luo Tian started to move crazily. Array. He wanted to create an unprecedented array. The power of this array was not strong. However, the defensive power was extremely strong, and the array was like a maze. Once one entered the maze, no matter how powerful one was, they would not be able to come out. Of course, this kind of powerful person was only an expert below the mystic Tharch realm. 8 front formation. Moving his entire body according to the 8 diagrams. The array contained Luo Tian's ideas and what he knew on Earth. Of course, those things only existed in games or movies. These things did not seem right in his previous life. However, here he used his own understanding and forcefully created it. 1 hour later, Luo Tian used one of the mystic Yin King's energy pillars as the eye of the array and released the power contained within it instantly. It directly enveloped an area of more than 5,000 kilometers. As long as the array was activated, this array would be able to withstand tens of millions of troops. At the same time, an earth-shattering explosion came from the direction of Duantian City, although they were hundreds of millions of kilometers apart. However, Luo Tian could still clearly feel the powerful impact. Furthermore, the sky was filled with golden light that shot towards the sky like a beam of light. Boss, what a big boss. This boss will definitely trigger the system reward. The brothel brothers have tipped again. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Thank you for tipping me so many times a day. Thank you. There is still one more at night. Old Bull is still writing. The monthly votes have exploded. If everyone wants the 5 chapters tomorrow, please help Old Bull explode. Please. Chapter 830. The boss rewarded by the system. It had not appeared for a long time. Once, Luo Tian thought that Shinyuan Empyrean on the 18th floor of the Earth's core pagoda was, and then, there was no then. Later on, Luo Tian thought that Morong Wanjian, who had fused with the 9 energy pillars, was, and then, there was still no then. But now, Luo Tian was sure that the mysterious Yin King would definitely trigger the system reward. Because at this moment the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for discovering the super boss mysterious Yin King. Reward: 100 million experience points, mystical chi value, 100 million points. Inexplicably, a notification sound rang out, and he was rewarded with 100 million experience points for no reason. Just by discovering it, the reward was so much. If this was not a boss that could trigger the system reward, Luo Tian would have directly chopped off his head, along with the small head under his crotch. Looking at the golden light that filled the sky, Luo Tian was excited, completely excited. Mysterious Yin King, you should be the last springboard for me to ascend to the ancient world. I will definitely step on you to enter a higher plane. Luo Tian said calmly, but a voice kept ringing in his heart. Kill him, explode him, even his underwear, immediately after. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, and with a movement in the air, he flew back to the Huashan immortal sect. Senior sister, I have already set up the defensive array. As long as it is activated, it can defend against any expert below the Great Perfection realm. Once the enemy attacks, don't hesitate to activate the barrier. Luo Tian came to the main hall and said to Han Hua. Han Hua nodded and said, I will remember. Luo Tian once again looked in the direction of the broken sky city outside the hall and thought to himself, I hope that the mysterious Yin King doesn't come too early. Otherwise, the power of this 8-front formation will not be able to hold on. Zhuge Liang's 8-front formation, fused with the 8 gates, coupled with the power of the energy pillars and some of my innovations, I hope it can hold on for a little longer. He was not confident in his heart. However, he was certain that even if an expert like Morong Wanjian entered the 8-front formation, he would be killed by the power of the formation. As for the abnormal demonic beasts from the Xianin continent, Luo Tian was not sure. The most important thing now was to find the power to deal with them. Only by fusing with this power could he kill the mysterious Yin King. The elder of Mount Hua would not lie to him about this. Immediately after, Luo Tian looked around and didn't see Fatty Lei and the others. His heart relaxed, and he didn't use his mind to search for them. He said to Han Hua, "Senior sister, I have to leave for a while. During this time, you guys hide inside the array formation and don't go out. Don't rush out, especially Fatty Lei and King Kong. These 2 hot-tempered people. You must wait for me to come back and don't act rashly." He was really worried, but there was nothing he could do. He had to enter the core and kill the Dizong demonic lord to obtain the power to deal with the mysterious Yin King. Otherwise, he would not be a match for the mysterious Yin King and would only be waiting for death. Furthermore, for Li Shuider's sake, he had to enter the Earth's core. He wanted to know the formula for the soul poison's antidote. He wanted to break through to the profound Emperor realm. He wanted to ascend to a more powerful world. Han Ho wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he held back and nodded. "You have to be careful, too." Luo Tian smiled slightly. The idea moved and said, "Open the Earth's core teleportation gate." At that time, when Luo Tian came out of the Earth's core pagoda, he was able to open the Earth's core teleportation gate. However, at that time he was rushing to the broken sky city, so he did not open the teleportation gate. Buzz! A huge eggshell-like teleportation gate appeared in the main hall of Mount Hua. There was nothing inside the door and nothing could be seen. Luo Tian let out a light breath. Before stepping into the teleportation gate, his brows tightened, and he immediately shouted, "Don't go in!" In that instant, Fatty Lei instantly rushed in. Then, Frenzied Blade, Xianyuan Yi, and Blind Lu. The last one was in Chun Chun. However, and Chun Chun was pulled back by Luo Tian. And Chun Chun struggled in Luo Tian's embrace for a while and cried, "I don't want to leave Big Brother Luo Tian. I don't want to leave Big Brother Luo Tian. Big Brother Luo Tian. I've already left you for more than 2 years. I don't want to leave you anymore. I want to follow you. I want to roll on the bed with you. Woo!" Her limbs were trembling like a mischievous kitten, other than in Chun Chun. Cold Frost, Qin Yu, Tang Tang, the Poison Widow. They were all here, looking at Luo Tian. His eyes were a little complicated, and his eyes were a little moist. Luo Tian's heart ached as he looked at them. A reproachful voice came from the teleportation gate. "Blind, I told you not to let the pure girl know. She will definitely tell the sisters-in-law. Look at what's happening now." Fatty Lei reprimanded. Blind Lu said, "You bald fatty, can you resist Chuan Chuan's attack of acting cute? I don't want to say it either, but if I don't say it, she can directly summon the demon in my body. You don't want it to come out either, do you?" Luo Tian hugged and Chun Chun, looked at them one by one, and tried his best to hold back his tears, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely return safely." The girls nodded. Exaner said calmly, "We will wait for you." Qin Yuer said, "We are not going anywhere this time. We are just waiting for you here." Luo Tian, "Do you still remember our 300-round battle? When you come back, I will immediately fight you to my heart's content." The Poison Widow smiled evilly and said, "How can I miss out on such a thing? I want to participate in the battle too." I want it too. We sisters want it too. Chun Chun also wants to participate in the battle. Humph! I will never allow you to bully brother Luo Tian. And Chun Chun whispered into Luo Tian's ear, "Brother Luo Tian, I will protect you. Don't worry." Luo Tian scratched in Chun Chun's nose and gently put her down. He looked at Cold Frost and said, "Tell Shui, or that I will definitely return safely." After that, Luo Tian put Chun Chun down and stepped into the portal. With a thought, he said, "Close." Buzz! The portal in the hall disappeared. All the girls took a step forward, and their faces instantly became worried. From this moment on, all of them were thinking about Luo Tian. They all knew Xian's strength. They all thought about her and asked, "Will Luo Tian be all right this time?" Xian frowned and released her power. A strange energy, fluctuation, flashed in her eyes. She wanted to see what would happen in the future, but in the end she didn't. She faintly smiled and said, "He will be fine, he will definitely be fine. He is not controlled by fate. He is a miracle because he is called Luo Tian, because he is our man." The girls were stunned. They did not ask any further. Instead, they looked at the disappearing portal. Their hearts were tightly tied to Luo Tian. Today, he kept his second place in the monthly votes. He could still keep it tomorrow. There would be 5 chapters, 6 chapters the day after tomorrow, and 7 chapters the day after tomorrow. Brothers, the old cow needs the support of all of you. My body has been in a bad condition recently, but I can still go all out. Chapter 831. In the core of the earth, the surroundings were scorching hot, filled with boiling magma. This place was like a sea of fire and hell. Luo Tian's group of 5 landed on a huge rock. Looking at the world filled with lava, their faces darkened. They thought to themselves, Earth's core, Earth's rock. According to Patriarch Huashan, Demon Sovereign Xitigarbha should be in the Earth's rock layer. What will appear in the Earth's core layer? Luo Tian opened the system again. The system did not prompt, no mission, no score, and no notification to kill Luo Tian. It was as if nothing had happened. "It's so hot. This is the Earth core." Fatty Lay wiped the sweat off his bald head. His whole body was soaked, and the demon Buddha above his head was even more scarlet, as if it was going to rush out from his head. Xian Yuanyi said, "There is no aura fluctuation around. Not a single person." "Boss, what are we doing here?" "Yes, what are we doing?" Blind Lu could not help but ask. Frenzied Sword was also looking at Luo Tian. He did not know what Luo Tian was going to do in the Earth core. Not to mention them, even Luo Tian himself did not know what to do. He looked around and said, "I don't know what to do at the moment, but you all be careful. This place is definitely more dangerous than the Earth core tower." The second floor of the ultimate mission was definitely more dangerous than the first floor. Everyone nodded. Luo Tian sighed softly and said, "Let's go and take a look at the depths." Since he was already here, he had to destroy this floor. Luo Tian's figure flickered as he moved through the void and landed on another stone pillar a few hundred meters away. Below the stone pillar was boiling magma. The heat was so strong that it could kill. Even if he was a 9th Order Mystic Emperor, he could not bear it. If he fell, not even his bones would be left. Everyone followed Luo Tian. Half an hour later, Luo Tian and the others had already entered the depths of the Earth's core. The surroundings were similar to before. Other than the rolling magma and the blazing aura, there was nothing else. Luo Tian couldn't help but wonder, how could this be? Logically speaking, there should be demonic beasts or something coming out. Could it be that this floor was empty? I just need to find the entrance. It can't be that simple, right? There was no notification from the system. There weren't any demonic beasts around, nor were there any humans. What was going on? For a moment, Luo Tian was completely confused. He didn't continue forward, but instead fell into deep thought. Fatty Lay stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly roared, "Is there anyone? If there isn't a person, then a ghost is fine too. Come out and let me see, damn it." This sound gave Luo Tian a fright, and he said, "Damn, Fatty, can't you be quieter?" "Boss, we've been in here for so long, but there's nothing here. They all said that the Earth's core tower is dangerous, and the core is even more dangerous, but there's not even a shadow of a ghost. Where is the danger? Fatty Lay grinned. He couldn't wait for a large wave of people to come out and have a good fight with him. Xianyuan, Yi Guangdao, and Blind Lu all thought the same. Without a battle, they were really annoyed. Originally, he wanted to follow Luo Tian on an adventure again. That kind of feeling was truly refreshing. Fatty Lay's cry was like a ghost's cry and a wolf's howl, constantly echoing in the core and spreading out. The surroundings were still silent, without any aura fluctuations. If there were demonic beasts here, they would definitely be awakened, and would definitely come out at this time. It could be seen that there was really nothing here. Luo Tian's brows couldn't help but sink, and he muttered, "The second floor is the core, and the third floor is the Earth's rock. If there really is nothing on the second floor, then we can only find the entrance to the third floor." Fatty Lay scratched his head and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, could it be under the magma?" "Huh." Luo Tian was startled. Fatty Lay immediately said, "I'm afraid that even a mystic emperor, great perfection stage expert wouldn't dare to easily go down this magma. Even if there is an entrance, it can't be under the magma. Even so, no matter what, it can't be under the magma. The entrance couldn't be under the magma. Otherwise, who would be able to go down? There was no way to enter the third floor. If he couldn't enter, how could he kill Demon Lord Xidagarba?" However, Luo Tian's expression changed slightly and thought, "We have always been paying attention to the upper layer of the magma, but we didn't see what was below the magma. Since there are no demonic beasts on the upper layer, then it is definitely below. Definitely below." Suddenly, Luo Tian looked at the magma beneath his feet and said, "You guys wait here for a while. I'll go down and take a look first." "Boss, this is the core magma. Can your cultivation withstand it?" Fatty Lay asked worriedly. Luo Tian said, "I should be able to withstand it. Even if I can't, I will still safely retreat. You guys don't have to worry. Without my orders, you definitely can't come down. Uncle Frenzied Blade, look after the three of them for me." Frenzied Blade nodded. "Don't worry, if you don't come up, I will definitely go down with them to look for you." "Huh. You all..." Luo Tian was speechless and was too lazy to argue with them. The four of them were completely desperate. Then, Luo Tian sunk and immediately roared, "Magma, raging fire, great perfection stage." Walala, walala, walala. Luo Tian's body quickly turned into magma and continued to churn like a spring, flowing into the magma of the Earth's core. Swish! A burst of white smoke rose. The system immediately sounded out. Ding! Health points dropped by 100 points, unable to be cured. Health points dropped by 100 points, unable to be cured. Health points dropped by 100 points, unable to be cured. HP dropped by 100 points per second. Luo Tian's heart sank. Holy sh*T, I'm also magma. This place is also magma. What right do you have to drop my health point? As his health point dropped, he also felt pain. The worst thing was that this kind of health point drop was unable to be healed. This should be the same as some special maps in the game. Unable to drink medicine, unable to return to the city, either find the exit or die inside. The idea controlled. Luo Tian continued to sink, and sink. The magma seemed to have no bottom. At this moment, Luo Tian's health point was still dropping crazily. Suddenly, an eye-catching golden light flashed. "Boss!" Luo Tian was shocked, only to see an old man with red eyebrows and red hair sitting cross-legged on top of a fiery red stone door. The old man's feet were shining with a dazzling golden light, and even in the magma, it was still very eye-catching. Dazzling. I seemed to be cultivating. His expression was as if he had not moved for tens of thousands of years, and traces of profound spirit chi were constantly being sucked into his nose. Could this be the profound spirit chi that was teleported to the profound sky continent? Even the experts of the higher planes are desperately absorbing this power. That must be a good thing, then. Luo Tian revealed a sinister smile. Sorry for being late. Chapter 832. Why hasn't the boss come up yet? Could something have happened? You Jinx, you're the one who's in trouble. Uncle Frenzied Blade, why don't we go down and take a look? I think it's fine. We can still hold on for a while in this magma flame. It won't kill us all of a sudden. Seeing that you guys are so impatient, how about I play a song for you guys to calm down? Scram. The three of them looked down on Blind Lou. Then, Fatty Lay muttered, You guys can wait. I can't wait any longer. Berserk state. Roar! Fatty Lay instantly turned into a ferocious demon clan blood beast and directly charged into the boiling magma. The blazing flames directly burned his body, causing him extreme pain. However, he did not frown and continued to drill into the depths of the magma. Soon after, Xianyuan Yi, Frenzied Blade, and finally Blind Lou. Blind Lou directly turned into an ancient demon and entered. With a puzzled expression, he said, You guys are really something. You don't have any patience at all. I wanted to let you guys listen to my new song, but you guys don't give me any face at all. In the magma. The magma was like water, but this kind of water was fatal. If it weren't for their cultivation surpassing that of ordinary mystic emperor supreme powerhouses, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Boss! Fatty Lay shouted loudly. Luo Tian's face instantly turned pale. Damn! You really came at a bad time. At this moment, the red-browed, red-haired old man on the stone door opened his eyes slightly and saw Luo Tian. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said, A lowly creature from the profound sky continent? You actually came here. It seems that Emperor Xinyuan has already died in your hands. That's fine too. Let me kill you, so that you won't disturb Demon Lord Dizang's cultivation. As soon as his voice faded, the red-haired old man's forehead opened and a golden eye appeared. With a turn of his eye, an incomparably powerful flame rushed out. Its speed was so fast that it was difficult to block. Moreover, this power was quite terrifying. He also came from a higher plane. It was also an illusory figure. The origin continent had a huge amount of origin essence. Even gods needed this origin essence. Their cultivation was to absorb more origin essence. Die, brat! I snorted coldly. The flame arrived in an instant. However, Luo Tian had already made his judgment in that instant. Or, to be exact, in the second before the old man launched his attack. His body moved. He easily dodged the attack. The red-haired old man was slightly shocked as he watched Luo Tian easily dodge his attack. Mind net? It seems that you've even absorbed Empyrean Divine Origins cultivation method. Then, do you also know his Thunder Attribute cultivation method? However, brat, do you think you can kill me just because you've cultivated 2 low-level divine spells? You want to enter the Earth Rock? Ha ha ha. You're underestimating me, the Flame Demon Lord. The Flame Demon Lord laughed wildly. The aura on his body instantly changed. His mind directly strangled Luo Tian's mind net. Let's see if you can still dodge it. Boom! The flames burned brightly. The magma rolled even more fiercely, just like boiling water. Blazing. Incomparably blazing. The upgrade sound in Luo Tian's mind also instantly changed. Ding! HP decreased by 200 points, unable to heal. HP decreased by 200 points, unable to heal. HP decreased by 200 points, unable to heal. It directly doubled the damage value. Seeing his HP constantly decreasing, Luo Tian didn't panic. He stared at the HP bar above the Flame Demon Lord's head and secretly calculated in his heart. This guy's HP doesn't seem to be much. If I'm not wrong, I should be able to. But Luo Tian wasn't sure. Calculating the HP according to the length of the HP bar. This was a technical job, seeing his HP getting lower and lower. At this moment, Feng Lei, Xianyuan Yi, Frenzied Blade, and Blind Lou in demon form all rushed over. seeing the arrogant look on the Flame Demon Lord's face. How could they endure it? Old thief, hurry up and open the door for me, or else I'll take your life. Fatty Lei roared at the Flame Demon Lord. The titanic sword in Xian Yuan Yi's hand immediately slashed forward and said, "Why are you wasting your breath with him? Do you think he will open the door for you? Just kill him." The blood-drinking knife in Frenzied Blade's hand also moved in an instant and laughed. "You're right." Blind Lu in demon form still didn't forget to ask, "Old man, do you want me to play a death song for you?" "Pull. This has to be played." "Blind man, if you don't play this, you'll be letting yourself down." The four of them acted as if they were lunatics. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Seeing them rush forward one by one, he couldn't help but shout, "Danger! Do you want to die?" Before he could finish his words, the Flame Demon Lord sneered in disdain and said, "5 pieces of trash with just you." Hearing the word trash, Luo Tian was instantly enraged. "Trash your ancestor. You mother **cur. I'm so angry." Luo Tian cursed. At this time his anger was soaring to the sky. He didn't care about anything else. He shouted in a deep voice, "Green Lotus Core Flame, blast this dog to death!" Boom! The first strange flame landed. The Flame Demon Lord laughed. "I am the god of fire, using the power of fire to attack me? Ha ha ha! What a joke! Trash like you! I'll let you see what the power of fire is." Bang! Before he could finish his words, the molten green lotus flame had already blasted him to the point where he was on the verge of collapse. He almost fell to the ground. "Ha ha ha! You're still being arrogant." Luo Tian laughed wildly and roared again, "Purifying demonic lotus flame blast!" The Flame Demon Lord's face was pale. It was as if he had been brutally ravaged by dozens of fierce men. He was abnormally angry. He had cultivated the power of fire all his life. He was a ball of fire that had cultivated for thousands of years. But now he was actually beaten down by a ball of fire. How could he endure this? Just as he was about to stand up, another deviant flame landed on his body. Once again he was knocked down to the ground. "Trash!" "Call me that again? If you have the guts, call me trash again." Luo Tian stood in front of the Flame Demon Lord and spat on his face. He said arrogantly, "I hate the word trash the most. If you like to call me that, then call me to death." Guanghan Ice Flame, boom. Nihility Devouring Flame, boom. 26 strange flames, all of them boom. Blast this **cur to death. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fatty Lei stared blankly at Luo Tian, completely dumbfounded. 26 strange flames blasted down. The Flame Demon Lord's body was blasted away. The system sounded out. Ding! The second place of the monthly votes was taken. Old Neo's chrysanthemum was bleeding. It was so painful. He wasn't sad. On the contrary, he felt relieved. He had originally wanted to recuperate according to the doctor's instructions. Now he could really rest and recuperate. Next, old Neo would recuperate his body. Once old Neo was fully recovered, he would come back for battle. Today, I'll write 2 chapters. From tomorrow onwards, I'll write 3 chapters a day. Brothers, don't rush me. Let me rest for a while. When I come back, it will be the day of the Mad Bull mode. Chapter 833. Kill. 26 Deviant Fire S smashed down, directly killing the Flame Demon Lord. This was something that Luo Tian did not expect. The Deviant Fire is too awesome. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, it's time to explode. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Flame Demon Lord, for obtaining 500 million experience points. Profound Chi values 5 billion points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a drop of Sky Profound Essence. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Flame Demon Lord, for obtaining a system reward. The reward is 4 chances at the Deviant Fire Lottery. Do you wish to begin the lottery? Yes, sir. Luo Tian said directly, and a large will immediately appeared in his mind. With all the Deviant Fire on it, the lottery started 4 times in a row. 4 more Deviant Fire S were added to the Deviant Fire list. The moment the Flame Demon Lord was killed, the lava was quickly sucked into the stone door, and in just a few seconds, it became a dry riverbed. The surroundings were filled with strangely shaped stone forests, and the notification that Luo Tian's health value was decreasing also disappeared. At this moment, Luo Tian immediately cast a few regeneration spells on himself, restoring his health value to full, and then healed Fatty Lei and the others a few times. Boss died just like that? Isn't this guy too trashy? What the hell do you know? Boss is fierce. That power is too strong. Even if there are many flames, they would be instantly killed, but this Flame Demon Lord is just a clone of an expert from a higher realm, and a clone is already so powerful. It seems like this higher realm is really exciting. The few of them casually said a few words. Luo Tian frowned and said, "Didn't I tell you to wait above? What if something happens?" If he had not killed the Flame Demon Lord just now, Fatty Lei and the others would definitely have been injured. Frenzied Sword said, "Luo Tian, you can't always shoulder everything by yourself. We're not children. We're your brothers. If there's a problem, we'll shoulder it together. Don't treat us like obedient babies. I know you're doing this for our own good, but we'd rather die than let you suffer any harm." Fatty Lei scratched his head and looked at Luo Tian. "Boss, just let me follow you." Xianyuan Yi and Blind Lu were also looking at Luo Tian. Phew! Luo Tian's stomach, full of blame, was already choked in his throat. He looked at the 4 of them and said, "Okay, we'll carry the rest of the road together." Boss, are we going down now?" Fatty Lei asked impatiently. Luo Tian sat down cross-legged and said, "Don't rush. Let's take a rest first. I want to study the power I just got from the Flame Demon Lord and see what it is." Actually, Luo Tian wanted to find out why the experts of the higher realms would enter a lower realm like the profound sky continent. Was the profound chi of the origin continent really that strong? According to what the Patriarch of Mount Hua had said, the strength of the origin continent would determine the future direction of cultivation. Flame Demon Lord must have cultivated in the profound sky continent for many years. After so many years, only 1 drop of sky profound essence was produced. Or could it be that a drop of origin continent's profound chi was already extremely precious? Luo Tian was too lazy to think about that. The idea moved and checked. Item: Sky Profound Essence Attribute. Power of Destruction Description. The Sky Profound Essence is the essence of the profound sky continent. A single drop can destroy everything within 1,000,000 kilometers. It possesses a powerful destructive power. The user must be a warrior of the profound sky continent, otherwise it will not be able to fuse with it. Holy **T. Everything within 1,000,000 kilometers will be destroyed. This power is too abnormal. Could this be the power that the Patriarch of Mount Hua said could deal with the mysterious Yin King? Luo Tian couldn't help but think in his heart. Looking at that unremarkable drop of water, he moved his mind and said, "Fuse!" He wanted to prepare for the final level. The Dizong Demon Lord must be in the rock. He was definitely the strongest boss. Luo Tian's cultivation was already restricted, and it was impossible for him to break through the mystic Tharch great perfection realm. He could only increase his own strength to kill the Dizong Demon Lord. It stopped for a few seconds. The system notification sounded. Ding! Fusion failed. Failed. Luo Tian's eyes widened. How could it fail? There is no reason. His mind moved, and he said again, "Fuse!" Ding! Fusion failed. Holy **T. Is the system for real? How could it fail? Luo Tian didn't understand. Such a huge amount of energy couldn't be fused? This was like a naked beauty twisting in front of you, dancing and seducing you, but your little brother was impotent. Wasn't this 2F asterisk cat up? Why did it fail? What's the reason? The system didn't give any hint, and Luo Tian checked the description of the sky mystic essence again. After reading it, Luo Tian thought to himself, only the local martial artists of the Tian Xian continent can fuse? Others can't? The flame demon, Lord, absorbed it, not fused. They can absorb it. Then this drop of sky mystic essence can only be fused by the martial artists of the Tian Xian continent. The problem is that I am a martial artist of the Tian Xian continent. Why can't I fuse? Luo Tian frowned and couldn't understand. All of a sudden his face changed as he muttered to himself. Could it be because I am a transmigrator? Holy SH asterisk T. It can't be. My soul transmigrated, not my physical body. Why can't I fuse? Luo Tian felt bitter. The system must have determined that he was a transmigrator and couldn't be considered a martial artist of the Tian Xian continent. Hence, he couldn't fuse. This made Luo Tian think of the place where he was in his previous life, Earth. According to the system's hint, Earth still exists. I can only fuse with the Earth's essence. When Luo Tian thought of this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile excitedly. This is too awesome. Can I really return to Earth? Holy SH asterisk T. I want to cultivate crazily and increase my level crazily. I want to return to Earth. I want to see asterisk 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 little sister Ozawa and many, many other girls. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was instantly motivated. Since he couldn't fuse with the essence of this world, it was enough to prove that Earth still existed. As long as he had the ability, he could still break through the void and enter Earth. Just thinking about it made Luo Tian's blood boil. Return to Earth with a super powerful cultivation and destroy everything. Let those people who looked down on him in his previous life take a good look. Let them sing a chorus for him. Boss, what are you laughing at? Fatty Lei looked at Luo Tian's excited expression and couldn't help but ask. Luo Tian shook his head and said nothing. Walala! Just at this time, the stone door suddenly opened. An incomparably majestic power shot out from the stone door. It was incomparably powerful. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards and concern. Thank you. Chapter 834. The stone door opened. The energy stripes were clearly visible, and everything around them began to tremble intensely. Boom! Boom! A series of powerful roars came from below the stone door, as if a mad bull was slamming into the door. The body hit Luo Tian's heart, his mind, and sea of consciousness were all fluctuating crazily. Waves of energy rushed into his body, and Luo Tian was about to faint. Feng Lei lasted for less than 3 seconds. His entire body was in a daze as if he had fainted. He had fainted. Xianyuan Yi, Frenzied Blade, and Blind Lu fainted before they could react. Fainted. Is this power too strong, or is it a kind of fainting technique? Luo Tian calmed himself down and tried his best to calm himself down. However, this power was too strong, as if a ferocious beast was attacking his mind. Level 9 Berserk. Boom! Luo Tian bellowed, and then his entire body turned into a golden ancient mammoth. At the same time he roared, Fatty! Xianyuan Yi, Blind Lu, Frenzied Blade, wake up, don't faint, or else. Holy SH asterisk T! What kind of power is this? Isn't it too ferocious? Ah! With that, Luo Tian released all of his power and roared at the stone door. Boom! The power of the 3 mysterious Yin Kings' energy pillars exploded. The power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodline exploded. The power of the 9 dragons and elephants exploded. At this moment, the power that burst out from the stone door was slightly blocked by Luo Tian. Fatty Lei shook his head, and Bai Qi came over with a pale face. Damn it, this sound wave attack is too strong. At the same time, Fatty Lei directly shouted into Xianyuan Yi's ear, Buzz! Xian Yuan woke up. Blind Lu and Frenzied Blade also woke up at this moment. Just now, it was as if they were sleepwalking. It was as if they couldn't control themselves in another world. A voice made them fall asleep. They tried their best to open their eyelids, but they couldn't. It was as if there was something weighing tens of thousands of pounds on them. Blind Lu, where's your demon arrow? I'm up. I'd rather listen to you play the arrow now. I don't want to fall asleep again, Fatty Lay shouted. The kind of hypnotic power made him afraid. If he really fell asleep, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wake up. Without another word, Blind Lu transformed into an ancient demon. With a flick of his finger, an arrow without strings appeared in his hand. His long fingernails gently plucked the strings, and a sound like a windmill was heard. This voice did not last for more than 10 seconds. Blind Lu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the ancient demon's body continuously shrank back. Blind Lu's face was extremely pale. He revealed his blood-stained teeth and said, "BB boss, it's Nightmare, it's Nightmare. I saw him just now. It's him. Nightmare." He was a very powerful demon that could kill people in their sleep. Moreover, you couldn't see him at all. His will and divine sense were beyond imagination. Luo Tian's face changed. Old Ancestor Huashan, UF** King lied to me again. I haven't even seen Demon Lord Xidagarba, and another nightmare came out. F***CK, I'm really going to die. He was extremely unhappy. At this time, it was useless to blame old Ancestor Huashan. Fatty Lay cursed and said, "Come out if you have the guts. See if Lousy doesn't beat the shit out of you." At the moment Fatty Lay spoke, a cold and gloomy aura swam around his neck. Sharingan. Luo Tian's pupils changed, turning into multiple diamond shapes. His pupils instantly turned blood red, and blood tears flowed out from the corner of his eyes. Luo Tian didn't understand his expression. With a thought, he directly locked onto the extremely ugly nightmare demon. Ding! Target locked. Boom! There was no pause. As long as Luo Tian could see it, the system would be able to lock onto it, and the Deviant Fire would be able to attack. 26 Deviant Fire S had yet to cool down. However, after killing the Flame Demon Lord, he had obtained 4 new Deviant Fire S. The damage value of these 4 Deviant Fire S was extremely powerful, and the number of Deviant Fire S that Luo Tian had obtained had increased along with the order of obtaining them. These 4 Deviant Fire S were extremely powerful. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A thick flame descended from the sky. It fiercely exploded on top of Fatty Lay's head. Fatty Lay's face darkened, and he almost fell to the ground in fright. He looked at Luo Tian without a trace of doubt, but his back was drenched in cold sweat, and a long, thin blade slowly drooped down from his chest. You can actually see me? Your eyes. The nightmare demon that was half dead from Luo Tian's deviant fire looked at Luo Tian in shock. At this moment, Luo Tian did not give him any chance. Form, shifting shadow. Thunderbird. 3 million volts. Die. Chi, 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 chi. Lightning was the ultimate power of any demonic beast. The dying Nightmare Lord was instantly killed by Luo Tian. However, a second before it died, it coldly looked at Luo Tian and laughed sinisterly. You will die. Ha ha ha. I have already seen you die. Bam. His body exploded. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Nightmare Demon, for obtaining 1 million experience points. 1 million profound chi values. Huh. Luo Tian was slightly puzzled. Since the nightmare did not drop anything, it meant that it was not a boss. It could not even be considered an elite monster. At best, it could only be considered a common monster. If that was the case, then the EXP it gave was simply amazing. 10 million for one. If there were millions of nightmare demons under the stone door, then there was hope for leveling up. Luo Tian only had a month's time. If he couldn't break through within a month, he would be erased by the system. If that was the case, then what the F***CK would he be playing with in the future? Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power stripes on the stone door suddenly retracted and instantly returned to normal. Wahaha, waha, waha. You must be Luo Tian, the disciple of the defeated patriarch of Huashan, right? You want to kill me with just a small piece of trash from a lower plane? You're simply overestimating yourself. An extremely strong voice came from below the stone door, and within the voice there was an irresistible power. This kind of power was something that Luo Tian had never seen before. Very strong, quite strong. The moment he spoke, Luo Tian's chest seemed to have been struck by a force, causing his blood to churn. Unable to suppress it, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Fatty Lei and the others were the same. Damn, this guy's strength is too strong. I can't withstand it at all. Luo Tian muttered. Boss, what do we do now? What should we do? Wait now. Recommend a book, Talisman Technique, against the heavens to read. Chapter 835. Wait, this was Luo Tian's only way. He had to get all 30 deviant fires to cool down. The damage of these 30 deviant fires was unimaginably powerful. Even if he was a true god, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Because this was the Tian Xian continent, because the deviant fire that Luo Tian cultivated ignored all defenses. Even if you were a master god, as long as you were within the range of the damage, you would be killed. It was just that he didn't know if it would have this kind of effect in other planes. Wait. Frenzied Blade was startled and said, Why don't I go in and scout the way first? My slaughter world should be able to hold on for a while. No way. The one down there is the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He might be a supreme expert from the supreme plane. Even though this is only his avatar, it's still extremely powerful. If we go down there, we'll be killed instantly. Just the sound of his voice could heavily injure them. If they went down, they would definitely be killed instantly. Moreover, Di Zong Demon Lord had stayed in the Tian Xian continent for who knows how many years, and absorbed who knows how much sky profound essence. If they went in, they would only die. No matter who it was the same. Then what should we do? Boss, we don't know what's going on down there. Is it a Di Zong Demon Lord or a group of nightmare devils waiting for us? We don't know anything about the situation. Just let me go down? Fatty Lei begged. He wanted to do something for Luo Tian. Even if he were to die, Fatty wouldn't even frown. Xianni also looked at Luo Tian and said, Boss, let us scout the way for you. Understand the situation, and you'll be able to kill him better. No way. If I say no, then no. If any of you don't listen to me, then don't call me boss anymore. Luo Tian would definitely not let them go down. With a cold expression, he said, All of you better live well. I still want to bring you to an even higher plane, an even more exciting world. I want all of you to live. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. What we have to do now is to wait. Luo Tian's words were very sharp. He would not allow them to act recklessly. He knew very well that if he went down, he would lose his life. He didn't know what was going on down there, and he was very worried. His plan was to activate the Invincible mode as soon as he entered the Earth rock. He would use the temporary Invincible mode to lock onto Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva with the system. Then he would use the 30 deviant flames to blast him to death. This was the only way he could think of. This was also his only chance of winning. If the Ksitigarbha Lord's HP exceeded the damage range of the deviant flame, then he would die in this quest. If he was tricked by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva after entering the Earth rock, he would also die. If he entered the ground and was surrounded by a group of nightmare demons, he would still die if he couldn't lock onto Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He only had one chance. The success rate was less than 1%, but even so, Luo Tian didn't want his brother to die because they were brothers. Half a day after Luo Tian entered the core of the planet, the mysterious Yin King led the 8 great guardian deities, and the 8 great guardian deities led Moron Wanjian, the Soul King, the heavenly dragon, the supercluster ancestor, and those who were killed by Luo Tian, towards the Huashan Immortal School. His speed was not fast. However, wherever he went, not even a blade of grass could be seen. No one was left alive. Furthermore, those who were killed by him were all revived and joined the mysterious Yin King's army. In the main hall of Huashan Immortal School, demonic flames soar to the sky. This is the greatest calamity in the history of the Tianqian continent. No matter what, we must stay united. Han Hua looked at the people around him and said calmly, "These people were the sect leaders of the various sections. There were also some leaders of different races. Even though there weren't 10,000 races, there were at least 1,000 of them. Every single one of them had a solemn look on their faces. Looking at the black mass in the distance that was pressing down on the Huashan Immortal Sect, their hearts were trembling. Fear. Every one of them was afraid. Reporting to sect leader, the mysterious Yin King's army is growing rapidly. They are slaughtering madly, and even the commoners are not spared. Those who were killed by them have all been revived, including the demonic beasts. They have split into 3 groups and are heading towards the Huashan mountain range. They will arrive in about 3 days. A Huashan disciple reported anxiously. Han Hua's face darkened. That's fast. What should we do? The mysterious Yin King is about to arrive. Sect leader Han, all of this was caused by Luo Tian. Where is he now? Why don't I see him? We don't want to die with him. You sent people to call us here. Do you want us to die with Huashan? Luo Tian killed Murong Wanjian, Song Tianlong, Soul King, and Qi Lian Demon Lord. It is obvious that they are here for Huashan Immortal Sect. Can we protect ourselves now that we are here? Get Luo Tian to come out. Yes, get Luo Tian to come out. He was the one who caused all of this. Now he is hiding and leaving us here to die. Bang! Suddenly, the person who was the most arrogant was thrown out of the hall by force. Dan's draconic aura shook as he roared. Who wants to leave? Leave on your own. After you leave, don't even think about taking half a step into Huashan Immortal Sect. If you don't leave, stay here. If you continue to *CK me, I will kill you. The draconic aura crushed. Everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. They had never seen such a scene before. No one dared to make a sound as they were all suppressed by Dan. At this moment, Goblin Clan Fan Changjian has led the entire clan here. Devil Sect leader, I, Old Bear, have arrived. All the disciples of the Devil Sect have arrived. Inshan Corpse City has also arrived. I don't want these old bones anymore, ha ha ha. The 10 Great Immortal Sect Alliance has all arrived to pay their respects to Sect Leader Han. Voices rang out one after another. The outside of the hall was quickly filled with people. In a short moment, the entire Huashan Immortal Sect was filled with people. It was also at this time. Huashan Immortal Sect's luck soared to its peak. The immortal chi was so dense that it seemed like it could be grasped in one's hands. What a dense immortal chi. This is dozens of times denser than when the immortal sect was at its peak. Boom. Ha ha ha. I broke through to the profound God realm. This immortal chi is too dense, too pure. Everyone quickly absorb it. Han Hua's face revealed a trace of a smile. He secretly clenched his fists and said, Good. Thank you, everyone. I thank you on behalf of Luo Tian for coming. They will arrive in 3 days. In these 3 days, we have to do everything we can to raise our cultivation. This is our last chance. At the stone door, Luo Tian's eyes opened slightly. The corner of his mouth curled up as he laughed excitedly. The cool down is over! Old Cow's old book, Invincible Upgrade, was also read on QQ. If you haven't read it, then go and take a look. Thank you everyone for your support. Chapter 836. The cooldown time was his weakness. To Luo Tian, the time it took for him to use his cultivation technique was his biggest weakness. Cultivation techniques could not be released continuously. Compared to other martial artists, this was where the system was lacking. However, if he could continuously use his cultivation technique, then even the god would not be his match. He would just use the strange fire to bombard him to death. Luo Tian stood up, looked at the silent stone door, and revealed a cold smile. The cool down is over. Now it's time to send you on your way. Seeing Luo Tian stand up, Fatty Lei and the others all stood up. All of them were in high spirits and filled with killing intent. Fatty Lei laughed excitedly. "Boss, can we start killing now?" Blind Lu laughed and said, "Do you want me to sing a happy song?" "Stop for a moment. Please don't. Last time I listened to your happy song, I couldn't sleep well for 3 days and had nightmares every night. Brother Blind, I beg you, just listen to me and stop for a moment." "Xian," Yuanyi said in fear. The blood-drinking knife in frenzied Blade's hand let out a Blade cry and said, "Come, let's kill." The 4 of them were each more ferocious than the last. They were even more impatient than Luo Tian, as if there was a large wave of naked girls below the stone door. They couldn't wait to rush down and do a good job. At this time, it was unrealistic to stop them. They definitely wouldn't listen to Luo Tian either. Luo Tian was also very clear in his heart, so he did not stop them and said, "Go down." The idea moved. "Open the earth rock door." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for opening the earth rock door and obtaining a random strange fire as a reward. Holy sh**t. There's a reward for this? Luo Tian was slightly startled. He secretly laughed in his heart and said, "Looks like the reward for this ultimate quest is to gather all 108 strange fire. If that's the case, that would be too great. If the damage value did not change in the ancient world, then who would be my opponent? He would directly become an overlord." Of course, this was just Luo Tian's imagination. Walala! A deep voice sounded. The stone door slowly opened from the inside out, and a strong aura burst out from the gap of the stone door. This kind of aura was like another world, extremely strong and very similar to the power of sky profound essence. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. Looking at the golden door, he gritted his teeth and said, "Go in!" With that, Luo Tian stepped through the stone door. Fatty Lei followed closely behind. Frenzied Sword and the rest also quickly walked in without any hesitation or fear. Crash! Boom! The moment Luo Tian and the others entered the cave, the stone door closed with a deafening sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva quest. Mission time 30 days. Mission objective: kill the Earth Treasury Demon Monarch and save the profound sky continent. Mission reward: receive 50 Deviant Fire rewards. Rating reward: ***** rating increase by 10, S rank increase by 20, SS rank increase by 30, SSS rank increase by 50. As expected, it really is a reward of 108 Deviant Fire. Luo Tian's heart became more and more shocked, and at the same time he felt that this mission was quite difficult. Whether it was the time limit or the rating reward, they were all very different from before. The time limit was 30 days. This was the maximum time that the system had given him. Then again, the rating reward was actually *****, and it was 10 Deviant Fire rewards. This was too generous. It was also at this time. Luo Tian's heart sank slightly, and he thought to himself, "Looks like I calculated wrongly. Since the system has issued such a quest, it is enough to show that it is impossible to use 31 Deviant Fire S to kill it. This is absolutely impossible. If this doesn't work," suddenly, Luo Tian's face suddenly changed, and he secretly shouted, "This is bad!" At the same time, an incomparably arrogant laughter exploded in the sky above their heads. "Ah ha ha! Ha ha ha! I didn't expect you guys to have the guts to come in. Luo Tian, you can be considered the #1 person in the profound sky continent. Even that patriarch Hua Shan can't compare to you, but it's a pity. It's a pity that you're going to die here. Otherwise, you'll definitely become the #1 person in the profound sky continent. Ha ha ha. The voice carried an irresistible power, exploding in the minds of Luo Tian and the others, causing them to almost be unable to withstand it. The 5 of them spat out another mouthful of black blood at the same time. Son of a bitch, come out if you have the guts. Fatty Lei cursed loudly at him. The feeling of being suppressed made him extremely irritated. Even with his extremely strong defense, he was unable to withstand this kind of power. Humph, the descendants of the demon ancestor. This source continent is indeed different. There are also descendants of the demon ancestor, and there are also some people with special abilities. The people born from the source continent are indeed a mess. There really are all kinds of trash. The voice was filled with deep disdain, contempt. He didn't put Luo Tian and the others in his eyes at all. In his eyes, Luo Tian and the others weren't humans at all, but a group of ants crawling on the ground. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness was constantly searching for Xidigarba's body, but his will was like a clay ox entering the sea. He had entered an incomparably vast world, and he couldn't sense Xidigarba's existence at all. However, he sensed a huge wave of nightmare demons rushing towards them, covering the sky and covering the earth, a black mass. This is my nightmare demon army. Let them entertain you properly. My time is not something you can afford to waste. Demon Lord Dizong snorted coldly, having no interest in killing Luo Tian and the others at all, because Luo Tian didn't even have the qualifications to be killed by him. Completely ignored. As soon as Demon Lord Dizang's voice fell, it reverberated in the sky, then slowly disappeared. In the instant it disappeared, the nightmare demon army arrived, not hiding their bodies. Their speed was surprisingly fast. In less than a second, they had surrounded Luo Tian's group of 5. The nightmare demon at the front sneered and said, I said you will die, you will all die, and you will die miserably, very miserably, ha ha ha, kill! With a loud shout, the nightmare demon army didn't wait for Luo Tian and the others to react and gave the order. The nightmare demon attacked. Fatty Lei took the lead and directly blocked in front of Luo Tian. With a grin, the devil Buddha above his head emitted a scarlet bloodlight and roared, Berserk! Demon ancestor's body! Xian Yuani's gigantic sword flew out. Sword spirit, gigantic sword slash. Roar! Blind Lu directly entered the state of the ancient demon. This time he didn't play the arrow, but directly pounced forward. The coffin on Frenzied Blade's back suddenly fell to the ground, blood gushing out, and the draw blade let out a violent blade cry, Slaughter World, come out! Luo Tian looked at the 4 of them and laughed excitedly. With a move of his palm, he summoned the extermination blade and roared, Kill! Sorry for the late update. There are still 2 chapters in the evening. Chapter 837. He was ignored. This Dizong demon lord was simply courting death. Experience was very important to Luo Tian. Other than killing the Dizong demon lord, he still had to level up. If he could not break through within a month, he would still be killed by the system. He needed experience, a large amount of experience, 500 billion experience points. He looked at the long string of zeros and was drunk. Just nice. The nightmare army gave him a chance, the best chance to level up. 10 million experience points per nightmare. As long as there were enough, he would have a chance to level up. Boom! Fatty Lei was blasted back. He wiped his bald head and cursed. Damn you, I'm going to fight it out with you. With that, he pounced forward again. Xianyuan Blind Lu, and Frenzied Sword could not withstand it either. The nightmare army was too strong. Moreover, they had fused with some of the origin energy of the Tian Xian continent. Although it was not much, it was enough to deal with Luo Tian and the rest. 10 million experience points was not that easy to get. After more than 10 minutes, Not only did they not kill a single nightmare army, but the 5 of them also suffered different degrees of injuries. They were all forced into a corner, and their faces were very ugly. "Boss, what should we do? We can't go on like this. We can't hold on for long. Why are these nightmare armies so strong? We can't withstand their strength at all. Moreover, our physical defense is child's play to them. We are at the mystic Tharch realm after all. We are at the peak of the Tian Shan continent. Aren't we too weak? These are all creatures from the higher planes. They are too strong. Are the higher planes that strong?" After a few rounds, they were very uncomfortable. They could not withstand the attacks of the nightmare army at all. Whether it was strength, speed, or defense, Luo Tian and the rest could not compare to the nightmare army. Luo Tian's face darkened. He took out the mystic sky essence from the flame demon lord and said, "Frenzied sword, Xianyuan Yi, blind Lu, which one of you fused with this mystic sky essence?" "Mystic sky essence? What is that?" The 3 of them looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said, "This is the power of the profound sky continent's origin, and it is also the power that the Ksitigarbha demonic lord devoured. The reason why the nightmares are so strong is because they have also absorbed the power of the profound sky continent's origin, which is why they are so strong. Fatty used his blood essence to break through, so this drop of heavenly mystic essence is useless to him. It's useless to me as well. Frenzied blade, it's probably useless to you as well. Blind Lu has a demon from the ancient world in his body, so it should be useless to him as well. You're the only one left, Xianyuan." Luo Tian didn't expect this at first. Now that he thought about it, he realized that out of the 5 of them, only Xianyuan was able to fuse with the profound sky essence. Xianyuan, he looked at Luo Tian. Fatty Lei took the sky profound essence from Luo Tian's hand and placed it in front of Xianyuan Yi and said, "Boss told you to fuse with it, so fuse with it. Don't be so wishy-washy, like a woman. Hurry up and fuse with it. We still have to rely on you after fusing with it." Xianyuan Yi's eyebrows sank, and his eyes became serious as he looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Fatty is right. Fuse with it. We still have to rely on you to kill the nightmare." Xianyuan, he didn't hesitate anymore. After receiving it, he directly swallowed it. Immediately, a burst of profound qi light burst out from his body, and his body, crazily transformed. A powerful force quickly burst out, and in a second, his strength increased by a level. In the next second, his cultivation suddenly changed. At this moment, Luo Tian and the other 3 were all stunned. What a strong power! "Boss, is this the power that all the experts from the higher planes want? Profound sky, profound essence, isn't this too fierce?" Luo Tian was also secretly speechless. He didn't regret it, as he was happier than anyone else that his brother had become stronger. He was also secretly thinking, when he returned to Earth and fused with the profound qi of Earth, that would be awesome. In an instant, Xianyuan Yi sat cross-legged and quickly fused with the profound qi in his body, transforming it into his own power. At this moment, those nightmares seemed to have gone crazy. They crazily rushed forward. Looking at Xianyuan Yi swallowing the profound sky, profound essence, their eyes were filled with greed, as if they couldn't wait to devour Xianyuan Yi. They had been cultivating here for millions of years, and had yet to fuse with a single drop of profound sky, profound essence. But Luo Tian actually gave it to others without the slightest reluctance. In their hearts, they treated Luo Tian as a fool. If it wasn't a fool to give such a good thing to others, what was it? More and more. "Boss, we haven't even killed a single nightmare lord. Are we going to die here?" "Ha ha ha." Fatty Lei laughed wildly. He didn't look afraid at all. Instead, he was abnormally excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Luo Tian watched as the nightmare rushed towards them like a tide. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he said, excitedly, "Even if I die, I will kill all of these ghost-like things, and also kill that bullshit demon, Lord Dizong." He's still so arrogant in the profound sky continent. I want to see how long he can be arrogant for. Finished. The idea moved. Fuse with the mysterious Een King's energy pillar, the fourth one. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's body suddenly exploded. The power of the King of Mysterious Yin's energy pillar burst out from his body. His blood vessels, bones, mind, sea of consciousness all rose to a new level in an instant. His body's defense also rose rapidly. After fusing with the fourth pillar, Luo Tian clenched his teeth and shouted again. Fuse with the mysterious Een King's energy pillar, the fifth one. Rumble. The energy pillar exploded once again. Luo Tian's body was trembling, as if he couldn't withstand the impact of this power. Luo Tian's face was flushed red, his body was slightly shaking, and he said with incomparable excitement, Awesome! Power. It was all power. His body was like an incomparably huge ocean, an ocean of power. Only at this time, Luo Tian did not stop there, but shouted again, Fuse with the mysterious Een King's energy pillar, the sixth one. Rumble, rumble. A series of explosive sounds came from his body, and everyone's faces became worried. Frenzied Blade directly said, Luo Tian, the power of the energy pillar is too strong. You can't fuse with it anymore. Your current body can't withstand it. Don't act rashly. Don't act rashly. Fatty Lei was also worried. When he thought of the scene of spiritual master Lai Yang's body exploding, his heart slightly tightened, and he also reminded him, Boss, be careful. Don't act rashly. The power of the energy pillar is too strong. He couldn't take it. Indeed, Luo Tian's body was about to reach its limit. His entire body was filled with power. It felt great, but it was also very uncomfortable. It felt good and painful. However, Luo Tian did not stop there. His current strength was not enough to completely crush so many nightmare army. He wanted to crush, ruthlessly crush everything. He also wanted to let Demon Lord Dizong see that he was the king of the profound sky continent. Seventh pillar, fuse. Chapter 838. Eighth fuse. Ninth fuse. This was Morong Wanjian's record. He had fused 9 energy pillars, and the power in his body was beyond his control. He could no longer perfectly utilize the power in his body. At that time, he had suffered immense pain. In order to kill Luo Tian, he had given his all, but in the end he was still crushed to the ground by Luo Tian. After fusing the 9th energy pillar, Luo Tian's face alternated between red and white. He was like a drunk person, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. The breath that came out of his nose was white energy stripes, and the power was leaking out uncontrollably. It was very uncomfortable. Fatty Lei was just short of kneeling on the ground and begging Luo Tian to stop devouring. If he continued to fuse, he would definitely explode from the power. Blind Lu's face was covered in cold sweat, and his voice was trembling as he said, Boss, don't devour anymore. Your body can't withstand this power. At most, we won't kill these nightmares. At most, we'll just return to Mount Hua. Why are you fighting so hard? Fighting so hard? Luo Tian was indeed fighting with his life on the line. After the matter in Duantian City came to an end, Luo Tian was very frustrated. If it wasn't because he wasn't strong enough, Li Shuer wouldn't have become like this, and the mysterious Een King wouldn't have come to Tian Xian continent, because he would have killed Morong Wanjian before the wedding. He would have destroyed Heavenly Dragon and God-controlling immortal sect. He was still not strong enough. If he didn't fight with his life on the line, he would be killed by the system. If he didn't fight with his life on the line, the 5 of them would all die here. If he didn't fight with his life on the line, the Tian Xian continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. Li Shuer would die, Cold Frost would die, and even in Chun Chun and Exaner would die. The Mount Hua immortal sect would be flooded with blood. He had to fight with his life on the line. He had to deal with demon Lord Dizong as soon as possible and return as soon as possible. He was very clear in his heart. The 8-front formation wouldn't last long. Fuse with the mysterious Yin King's energy pillar, the 10th. Bang! PFFF! The moment the 10th energy column erupted from Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian's body suddenly sank. He staggered back half a step and spat out a mouthful of blood. His throat once again churned. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils, but he forcibly swallowed it back down. He clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and clenched them again. Only when the 10th energy column's power completely fused into his body did he loosen his grip. His body was on the verge of collapse. Her face was as red as blood. His body was already swelling like a balloon. The 10th energy pillar was fused. He did not rely on any power. He did not use the power of the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts. He did not use any violent power. He did not even use the physical body of Demon Emperor Xing Tian. He just took it all in. At this moment, Luo Tian was excited. He roared towards the sky. The power of the 4 divine beasts, come out! Roar, with a loud roar, a huge divine beast suddenly appeared on Luo Tian's body. It had 4 faces and 8 eyes, just like the combination of 4 death gods. It was just that its bloodline power was much stronger, with a savage aura. Luo Tian's swollen body instantly disappeared. At this moment, Luo Tian roared once again, fused with the mysterious Yin King's energy pillar, the 11th one. Rumble. The power of the 11th energy pillar erupted. The shadows of the 4 divine beasts also trembled slightly. Once again, they let out a roar and roared towards the sky. Level 9 Berserk. Come out. Rumble. 512 times the elemental energy burst out, and the power of the 11th energy pillar was once again completely absorbed by him. Once again, his body stabilized. Looking at the last energy pillar, Luo Tian said excitedly, fuse with the mysterious Yin King's energy pillar, the 12th one. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's eyeballs suddenly popped out. Blood vessels covered his entire eye socket at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face turned pale in an instant. Traces of blood seeped out from the pores of his skin. In less than 10 seconds, Luo Tian had turned into a bloody man. However, his expression was extremely excited and he was panting like a bull. Huff, huff, huff. Awesome. This is 2F asterisk King awesome. It was so painful. Luo Tian was still calling it awesome. Other than the intense pain, it was even more awesome because of the power. At this moment, Luo Tian felt like he was a super nuclear bomb, able to destroy an entire plane with endless power in his body. At this moment, looking at a nightmare that was charging towards him, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up into a cold smile and said, "Bastard, die!" Finished. He took a step forward. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Luo Tian grabbed the back of the nightmare's neck, then grabbed its head with one hand and fiercely tore it apart. Swish! The nightmare was directly torn apart. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Nightmare for obtaining 10 million experience points. Profound Chi values 10 million points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Nightmare Blood Essence and releasing it. Ha ha ha, awesome! They directly tore the Nightmare apart. Their strength had reached the peak of the 9th stage of Mystic Emperor, and each of them was an incomparably powerful existence. However, they were directly torn apart by Luo Tian, and they died in an instant. Instant kill. This feeling was simply too awesome. Luo Tian's right hand moved, and directly threw the Nightmare Blood Essence that had just exploded to Fatty Lay, and said, "This is what you need. Fuse with it." Finished. Luo Tian was like an angry bull, directly charging forward, completely ignoring any attacks. Rushing into the Nightmare army, Luo Tian directly knocked those nightmares off their feet. For a time, the encirclement was a mess. Luo Tian did not use any cultivation method. He directly used pure strength to tear the nightmares into pieces one after another. This strength was simply terrifying. It was quite terrifying. Come on. Come on, didn't you say that I would die? All of you, come on. I'll take care of you all alone. Luo Tian was incomparably arrogant, his eyes filled with the aura of a king looking down on the world. He looked up at the sky and snorted coldly. Earth Treasury Demon Lord, watch carefully for me. I'll let you know who's the real king of the profound sky continent. You also wash your butt clean and wait for me. Watch how I explode your chrysanthemum until it bleeds. Ha ha ha. Kill. When Luo Tian fused with the 12th energy pillar, on the altar of Broken Sky City, a middle-aged man in a blood-red battle robe frowned slightly and sneered. I didn't expect that there would be an expert in the profound sky continent who can fuse with 12 energy pillars. Seems like this source continent is indeed not simple. This is good too. This is more interesting. Men, pass down the order. Order all the troops to gather and directly destroy the Huashan immortal sect. I want to turn this world into a river of blood. Ha ha ha. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I saw many messages in the book Invincible Upgrade. Thank you for your support. Brothers, good night. Chapter 839. The mysterious Yin King's army started to gather at Huashan immortal sect. It was as if the sky was blotting out the earth. At this moment, Huashan Immortal Sect's alliance of 10,000 races was also established. They were in the eight-front formation, but the warriors in the front line were all Luo Tian's brothers and subordinates. Yinshan Corp City, Gnome Tribe, Devil Sect, 10 Immortal Sects, Heavenly Palace, Dragon Race. There were also some people who were cultivating crazily in Huashan Immortal Sect. As for resisting the mysterious Yin King's army, they didn't even think about it. Less than 10% of the Alliance's army was resisting the mysterious Yin King's army. They were enjoying the immortal energy and cultivating crazily. They didn't even think about resisting the mysterious Yin King. More and more people from Huashan Immortal Sect rushed in. Their goal was simple. On the surface, they were helping each other to resist the enemy. Actually, they were greedy for the rich immortal energy of Huashan Immortal Sect and used it to cultivate crazily. Han Hua mentioned it a few times and they only agreed on the surface. They didn't participate in any defense. Huashan Immortal Sect wasn't united. Some people were even secretly colluding with the enemy. Under such circumstances, Huashan Immortal Sect was extremely dangerous. In the attic, and Chun Chun looked up at the moon in the sky and muttered, Brother Luo Tian, come back quickly. Sister, Shuang. And the rest can't hold on anymore. Sister Han Hua is so tired that she can't even eat. Those people who are greedy for the immortal energy of Huashan Immortal Sect are too annoying. If it were me, I would chase them all out of Huashan Immortal Sect. Humph. And Chun Chun said unhappily. When she was in a bad mood, she would look up at the night sky and think about Luo Tian in Jade Mountain City. Huashan Immortal Sect was in danger, in the ground. Luo Tian's raging bull couldn't stop. He crazily tore the Nightmare Army apart. They couldn't resist his attacks at all. One had to admit that the mysterious Yin King's energy pillars were too powerful. Fusing 12 energy pillars was simply too satisfying. Luo Tian couldn't stop at all. He couldn't stop either. The power was raging in his body. He had to release it crazily. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to take it. Come on. Aren't you incubi very awesome? Is there no one who can fight? Luo Tian roared arrogantly. Not long after, he then asked the blood essence that the nightmare incubus dropped to throw to Fatty Lei. Fatty Lei continued to absorb. Xianyuan Yi was also frantically refining the profound sky essence. Frenzied Blade and Blind Lu will protect them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The collision of power was deafening and the entire underground rock shook violently. However, Demon Lord Xidagarba did not appear. It was as if he had completely disappeared. Luo Tian was constantly spreading his divine sense to search for the location of Demon Lord Xidigarba. But no matter how far he tried to extend his divine sense, he could not find the location of Demon Lord Xidigarba. The underground rock was like an endless world. There were no boundaries at all. With Luo Tian's current cultivation, his spiritual sense could cover tens of millions of kilometers. Even so, he still couldn't find it. This was what he was worried about. Time. Time was too important to the current Luo Tian. It wasn't to kill Dizong. Instead, he was worried that the Huashan immortal sect wouldn't be able to hold on. Ding! Ding! Ding ding ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Incubus for obtaining 1 million experience points and 1 million profound chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the essence blood of Incubus. The system beep kept ringing. The experience bar was also increasing bit by bit. 1%, 10%, 20%, time slowly passed. The first day, the second day, the third day. In these 3 days, Luo Tian had forced the Incubus army to retreat. They were no longer as arrogant as before, and were completely afraid of Luo Tian. Just as Luo Tian was about to charge forward again, the system suddenly rang out with a special notification. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Scarlet Refining Demon Lord, for obtaining 1 million experience points and 1 million profound chi points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Qindong Sen for obtaining 1 experience points and 1 profound chi points. These notifications kept ringing out. Luo Tian's expression changed. If it was just 1 or 2 of these notifications, he wouldn't be worried. But one of the people he killed was a great elder of the Devil Sect, and also someone who died in Duantian City, Scarlet Refining Demon Lord. He was dead, but he was suddenly killed again. Obviously, they had entered the 8-front formation, and the mysterious Yin King's army was crazily attacking the Huashan immortal sect. Luo Tian cried out in his heart, "This is bad." He hadn't even finished off Dizong, and now the mysterious Yin King was attacking his backyard. Luo Tian frowned. His body moved, and he immediately returned to Fatty Lei's side. He took out the essence blood that exploded out and said, seriously, "I need your help." Fatty Lei and Xian Yuani immediately opened their eyes and stood up. "Boss, what are you saying? If you need anything, just tell us. Even if we die, we won't frown." Luo Tian didn't beat around the bush and said, "I need you guys to go out." "Boss, I'm not going out. I still want to follow you to kill that old man Dizong." Fatty Lei didn't wait for Luo Tian to finish speaking and immediately said. Frenzied Blade looked at Luo Tian's serious expression and asked, "Did something happen?" Luo Tian said, "The mysterious Yin King's army is attacking the Huashan immortal sect. The Huashan immortal sect must be in a mess. I don't know how long the 8-front formation can last. If the formation is broken, the Huashan immortal sect will be covered in blood. So I need you guys to go out and block the mysterious Yin King's army." The 4 of them immediately fell silent. They wanted to follow Luo Tian. However, they also realized that if they followed Luo Tian, they wouldn't be able to help him at all. Instead, they would become a burden to Luo Tian. Blind Lu said, "Boss, how do we go back?" Xian Yuani said, "Let's go back, sister-in-law, and the others are in danger." Fatty Lei said, "Boss, what about you?" Luo Tian said, "I will rush back as soon as possible." He had no way of leaving now. He had to kill Dizong and obtain the 108 strange fire S. Otherwise, even if he went out, he wouldn't be a match for the mysterious Yin King. Furthermore, he had to complete this ultimate mission for the profound sky continent, for the king. He wanted to become the king of the profound sky continent. The 4 of them nodded and said, "Boss, we will definitely protect the Huashan immortal sect." Finished. Luo Tian moved and said, "Open the teleportation gate." Ding. Notice this is your only chance to open the teleportation gate without waiting for the system to finish speaking. Luo Tian said again, "Please open it." Chapter 840. The four of them left. Luo Tian watched them disappear and muttered to himself, "It's all up to you guys now." Xian Yuni had devoured the sky mystic essence, and his strength should have surpassed ordinary mystic thearchs. Jiang Yi didn't know if he could withstand the 8 giant beasts under the mysterious Dark King, but he was sure that Morong Wanjian and the others wouldn't be his match anymore. As for Feng Lei, this fatty didn't look like much on the surface, but he had absorbed so much incubus blood essence, which contained the sky mystic essence. His cultivation level would definitely be more terrifying than Xian Yuani. If they went out, it would definitely be helpful to the current situation. At the very least, they could stabilize the situation and hold on for a little longer. Luo Tian turned around and looked at the incubus not far away. He then looked at the sky and sneered, "Earth Treasury Demon Lord, you still don't want to come out? You will only come out after I kill all of them, right? All right then. Then I will kill all of them. Exterminating Blade, come out." Luo Tian was enraged. He didn't have any more time to waste. He didn't expect the mysterious Dark King to move so quickly and reach the Huashan mountain range within 3 days. He had to go out as soon as possible. He had to kill the Earth Treasury Demon Lord as soon as possible. He had to gather 108 mysterious flames and kill the mysterious Dark King instantly. Once the exterminating blade was out, the domineering saber spirit flew out and floated above the heads of the incubus. It released its domineering aura and suppressed everything. As Luo Tian's cultivation level increased, so did the saber spirit's power. "Kill!" Jiang Yi snorted coldly. Luo Tian's figure turned into demon, Lord Xing Tian's form, and said in a deep voice, "Blood Shadow Art, explode!" Buzz! Luo Tian's body turned into a sky full of blood shadows. Like blood-red bats, they shot out in all directions and flew directly into the bodies of the nightmares. With a thought, he shouted, "Explode!" Bang! 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 Sounds of explosions rang out one after another. The Blood Shadow Great Technique was an area of effect skill. This skill's damage value was not too high. Luo Tian's 12 energy pillars were still not strong enough to use the Blood Shadow Great Technique to instantly kill them. However, the moment the Blood Shadow Technique exploded, Luo Tian immediately followed up with another technique. 10,000 thunderbolts, explode for me! A huge minefield appeared. The lightning was like a laser beam, wreaking havoc in a frenzy. The damage from the 2 skills stacked on top of each other, instantly crushing the nightmares into smithereens. Luo Tian's mind frantically rang with notifications. His experience bar had increased by a large amount. It was very satisfying, but these nightmares did not allow Luo Tian to level up. Blood Shadow Technique. Explode! 10,000 thunderbolts. Explode! Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, you cowardly tortoise. Get your ass out here. A roar rang out. Luo Tian killed another group of incubi. It was also at this moment. All the nightmares had disappeared. They directly entered the state of invisibility and flew towards Luo Tian like a ghost. "I can't see you if you turn invisible, right? Sharingan. Mangekyo, all of you nightmares go to hell." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. All heaven's world turned blood red. The power of the kaleidoscope instantly annihilated the nightmares that tried to ambush all heaven. Once again, Shifeng received a large amount of experience, increasing his experience bar by quite a bit. However, the nightmares were not completely dead. There were still quite a few. These were scattered, and it was impossible to kill them all in an instant. The situation of the ground rock should be the same as the previous floors of the geocentric tower. As long as all the monsters were cleared, the boss would appear. If the nightmares did not die, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva would not appear. Even if Luo Tian's consciousness covered the entire ground rock, he would not be able to find his location. This world was not a game, but many of the settings were exactly the same as in the game. This might be a kind of setting. Since that was the case, Luo Tian's heart also calmed down and crazily chased those nightmares that were fleeing in all directions. Didn't you say that you will die if you see me? Why are you running now? Weren't you very arrogant and overbearing at the beginning? Now you are afraid of dogs? If you continue to run, you will also die. Boom, boom. Constant killing. Time was also passing quickly. The 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day, bit by bit, it was crazily flowing away. Unknowingly, it was already the 20th day. At this moment, Luo Tian used Sharingan and finally killed the last nightmares. 28 days. There were only 2 days left before the mission. There were only 2 days left before Luo Tian could break through to the Mystic Emperor, Great Perfection Realm. As long as any one of them did not reach, Luo Tian would die and be directly erased by the system. This was a very unreasonable thing. However, the system could indeed do it. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's heart was extremely unhappy. One day I must definitely repair my Dantian and never have to rely on the system again. Who knows if the system will be unhappy one day and erase me. This is 2F** cat up. Luo Tian muttered a few words, raised the head of the nightmares into the air, roared towards the sky, and said, Demon Lord Xidigarba, are you still going to hide from me? None of your trash can fight. They are too weak. They are simply a bunch of trash. Can you come out now? Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood, and the time of the Sharingan had not ended. His eyes were bloodshot, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. It was just like the after effects of using the Sharingan too much in Naruto. He felt that he could go blind at any time. Wahaha! Wahaha! I didn't expect you to have such an ability to kill all the nightmares within 28 days. Luo Tian, I have indeed underestimated you, but to me the result is the same. You will die. I just let you live for another 28 days. As soon as his voice fell, the sky suddenly exploded. Countless dots of fluorescent light flew up, directly condensing into a shadow that seemed to be real. Demon Lord Xidigarba. His body emitted a rich and endless aura of sky profound essence, which was extremely dense. In these tens of millions of years, he had been crazily devouring the sky profound essence in the ground. This was the strongest shadow of his original body. Every origin continent would have such a powerful expert from a higher plane. The Tianshan continent belonged to him, Demon Lord Xidigarba. In these tens of millions of years, he was the supreme expert of the higher plane. He relied on these to absorb the origin essence from the origin continent. Only the origin essence was the purest and strongest power, but it was a pity Luo Tian did not belong to the Tianshan continent, otherwise he would have crazily fused with these sky profound essence and then run amok in the ancient world. He could not wait to enter the ancient world. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly. You're finally willing to appear! Chapter 841. It appeared. The fluorescent light shone brightly as Lord Xidigarba's entire body was covered in golden light, just like the Buddha Lord in the movies of his previous life. Countless rays of golden light were released from his back, and these rays of golden light were exceptionally dazzling, causing Luo Tian to be unable to open his eyes. Was it the aura of a boss? It didn't look like it. Could it be the real Xidigarba Bodhisattva? If Xidigarba Bodhisattva was like this, Luo Tian would just find a rock and smash himself to death. Furthermore, Xidigarba Bodhisattva would not have a ferocious face like him, because his face was not human at all, but the face of a beast, and it was extremely ugly, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. Luo Tian's face was slightly stunned and could not help but say, Damn, can you be any uglier? Lord Xidigarba's face darkened. Impudent! You ants actually dare to call me ugly. You really have guts. I originally wanted you to only die in the profound sky continent, so that you could at least enter hell. In hell, you still have a chance of survival, but now your chance of survival is gone, you will die. Primordial spirit, soul, all will die. Lord Xitigarbha revealed a condescending expression. The profound sky continent is the origin of the continent, and in these tens of thousands of years, only one Hua Huajinren was born, and he was imprisoned by me. He thought that by killing my clone in the profound sky continent, my power would be weakened, and he would have a chance to escape. What a joke! From the moment I was born, I was an expert of the profound sky continent, crushing all the existences of the lower planes. With just you are just a bunch of ants. Ha ha. He will die. You will die too. Extremely arrogant, his words were filled with endless contempt. He did not even look at Luo Tian, as if looking at him was an insult to himself. He was arrogant, incomparably arrogant. He thought that he was a god in the profound sky continent, the ruler. It was not that he thought, but that he was a god that could control the fate of the profound sky continent. Luo Tian did not move, his brows secretly tightened, and thought to himself, "Why can't I lock onto him? I want to kill him right now and make him tremble under my crotch." Laozi's temper can't take it. Unable to lock on, it wasn't that they couldn't lock onto him, but that they couldn't lock onto him yet. He did not know why. This puzzled Luo Tian. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva continued, "Fusing with the power of the profound Yin plane? This plane is not even comparable to a grade 2 primordial world. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? What a joke! Luo Tian, kneel down and beg me. I love it when people beg me. If you beg me, I'll let you live for another year or so. Of course, if you're obedient and become my watchdog, I'll let you get something you've never imagined. Look at the flame, devil monarch. Look at the Earth's core pagoda and the other planes' virtual shadows. They are all my watchdogs. They are very strong, right? As long as you kneel down and beg me, you can also become a powerhouse like them. I can even help you get rid of a piece of trash like the mysterious Yin King." Xitigarbha Bodhisattva laughed complacently. Seeing that Luo Tian was standing there motionless, his expression was a little strange. He thought that Luo Tian was frightened by him, and laughed complacently again. "Luo Tian, kowtow and become my watchdog is your only chance of survival. Otherwise—" Ha ha! He couldn't listen anymore. Luo Tian was about to explode. The anger in his heart had already made him unable to control himself. He wished that he could immediately pounce on Xitigarbha Bodhisattva and give him a few tight slaps. He couldn't hold it in any more. However, the system was still unable to lock onto him. Luo Tian was about to go crazy and immediately scolded. "System F***CK your uncle. What the hell are you doing? If you want to kill me, then be more direct. Don't wait for 30 days, just kill me now." He was extremely unhappy in his heart. Luo Tian slightly raised his eyes, his body moved, and directly flew into the air. However, without waiting for his body to fly into the air, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was enraged. His pressure was like the sea, directly crushing down. Luo Tian's body sank. It was as if 2 huge mountains were pressing down on his shoulders, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. This kind of pressure was something that Luo Tian had never seen before. It was completely unstoppable. It was too strong. Bam! Luo Tian was crushed to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his right fist clenched tightly, he heavily hammered down, stood up, and coldly snorted. "Old dog, Xitigarbha, I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and sing Conquer to me. If you don't know how to sing, I can teach you. Come, learn from me first, and be conquered by you just like that. Fire!" A ball of fire burned in Luo Tian's body, burning crazily. He did not think that the system would not be able to lock onto Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, nor did he think that Xitigarbha Bodhisattva would be so talkative, even asking him to kneel down and kowtow as a watchdog. Who would want Luo Tian to become a powerhouse like them? Did he not know that on the 18th floor of the Earth Core Pagoda, the Earth Core Flame Demon Monarchs were all killed by Luo Tian one by one? Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's eyes flashed with a gloomy light. his eyes carrying a thick, killing intent. He coldly snorted and said, "You dog, I gave you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, then die for me. Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, destroy!" Boom! Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's finger moved slightly, and a beam of light directly rushed towards Luo Tian's life gate. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he shouted, "Empyrean Xinyuan, come out for me!" Empyrean Xinyuan, whose defense was super strong, was controlled by the immortal Gu. Following Luo Tian's order, he directly flew out in front of Luo Tian. Boom! Empyrean Xinyuan was instantly killed. A thick goo worm crawled out of his brain. It looked at Luo Tian and struggled for a while before its body gradually stiffened. His defense was strong to the point of being unshakable. He actually couldn't withstand a single strike from Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Moreover, this strike only seemed to be a slight movement of a finger. This strength was simply heaven-defying. Luo Tian was aghast. Is this the strength of the higher planes? This is too exciting. I want it. I want it. Empyrean Xinyuan was killed. Luo Tian's complexion became even more excited. The stronger he was, the more fun it was to explode. Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's eyes flickered with contempt. Luo Tian, you brat, the cultivation methods you practice are truly varied. Even Empyrean Xinyuan can be used by you. However, in my eyes, Empyrean Xinyuan is less than trash. You think he can resist my strength? What a joke! I am a powerhouse of the higher planes. No one can resist my strength. Suddenly, Luo Tian's lips curled up. He sneered, "A powerhouse of the higher planes? Yours truly shall have you die, utmost being." Ding! Target locked. Blue lotus core fire, explode for me. 31 heavenly flames, explode together. Explode this son of a bitch to death. Flames of anger burned his body. Luo Tian was incomparably domineering. His chrysanthemum exploded again. So painful. Brothers, remember this. Let old bull rest for another week. At the end of the month, I will let you all know just how fierce Mad Bull is. At the end of the month, I will risk my life. The storyline of the profound sky continent was about to end. The chapter of the ancient world was about to begin. This was a much broader stage, and it would be even more exciting. A new week was about to begin. Old Bull did not ask for monthly votes, only recommendation votes. Let our recommendation votes break through 100,000. We have recommendation votes every day. Brothers, let's work together. After a week, Old Bull will go crazy. Chapter 842. Not giving Demon Lord Dizong any chance. Luo Tian no longer wanted to see that face that looked down on everything, that incomparably ugly and proud face. He wanted to slap him to death. Moreover, he did not want to waste any more time. Demon Lord Dizong was very powerful, too powerful. Based on his own cultivation and strength, he was not his match at all. He had no chance at all. There was only one way to kill Demon Lord Dizong. Deviant Flame. Boom! After the system suddenly sounded out with a pleasant beep. Luo Tian was excited. Ding! Target locked. At this moment, Luo Tian also began to understand why he couldn't lock onto the boss in the beginning. Some powerful bosses, especially those that had a storyline, would have some monologues. He had to finish these monologues before he could lock onto the boss. This kind of setting was very annoying, because Demon Lord Dizang's words caused Luo Tian to be extremely angry. Ha ha ha! Puny human, you think you can hurt me with this kind of cultivation technique? Demon Lord Dizang's face was still very arrogant. Looking at the 31 flames in the sky, one of them was like a green lotus blooming as it bombarded him. His face was full of disdain. With a sweep of his right arm, he directly sent a wave of power forward and sneered, "Overestimating yourself. I wanted to leave you with your dog life, but you don't know how to cherish it. An ant like you dares to be arrogant in front of me? Humph! Demon Lord Dizang's divine power rushed towards the green lotus core fire. Luo Tian laughed. Looking at Demon Lord Dizang's complacent mouth, he sneered, "Later, I will tear that mouth of yours apart. Let's see how arrogant you can be later. In my eyes, you are already a dead man, ha ha." Just as he finished, the green lotus core fire directly pierced through the divine power released by Demon Lord Dizang, penetrated, ignoring all powers, ignoring all defenses. This was the deviant flame. This was the strongest cultivation technique that Xiaoyan trained in. This was also Luo Tian's strongest cultivation technique. It was even stronger than when he was in Xiaoyan's hands. When the molten green lotus flame struck down, Demon Monarch Ksitigarbha's expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph, it penetrated my divine power? Luo Tian, your cultivation method is indeed strange. But so what? I'm a powerhouse from a higher plane. Such an attack is nothing more than a tickle to me. Furthermore, you want to hurt me. You're indulging in fantasy. Divine Void Mirror. Open." A mirror appeared in front of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's silhouette. The mirror reflected his appearance, and in that instant, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva walked out of the mirror. The two of them looked exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell them apart. At this moment, Ksitigarbha's true body had vanished. The Ksitigarbha Lord who walked out of the mirror was still as arrogant as ever. He stared at Luo Tian with disdain and said, "You are too weak. Even gods are like ants in front of me." Ha ha ha, the shadow had appeared. Luo Tian stared the divine mirror floating in the air, saliva almost flowing out of his mouth. Wow, is this thing a divine object from the higher plane? If I can drop it, that would be great. I can clone myself. I must drop it, or else I'll be letting myself down. At this moment, Luo Tian's gaze was focused on the mirror, completely ignoring the Ksitigarbha Lord, and also not caring where the Ksitigarbha Lord's true body had gone, because he was very clear that as long as the system had locked onto him, even if the Ksitigarbha Lord entered hell, he would be hit. This was the deviant fire, the truly terrifying and powerful place. The green lotus core fire also disappeared after the Ksitigarbha Lord's true body disappeared. His speed was getting faster and faster. Suddenly, a vigorous force shot out in front of Luo Tian. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Luo Tian's body fiercely retreated and instantly bounced back. His heart sank. Damn, it's so deep. He never thought that the Ksitigarbha Lord would actually want to sneak attack him. Fortunately, the deviant fire caught up, otherwise he would already be dead. Buzz! The Ksitigarbha Lord swept his sleeves, his face filled with extreme anger. The green lotus core fire directly smashed onto his face, causing his face to turn black, as if he had just come out of a mine. His eyes were filled with endless anger. Luo Tian, you have made me very angry. I will use your soul. Not waiting for him to finish. Prison flame, explode for me. Ksitigarbha Lord, don't talk nonsense with me. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Just die for me. Luo Tian's mind moved, and the prison flame instantly blasted down. He was also fully alert, preventing the Ksitigarbha Lord from launching another sneak attack. You still say that you're an expert from the higher plane, but I think you're just bullshit. Despicable and sinister. You actually want to sneak attack me, ha ha ha. Ksitigarbha Lord, you bastard. I will definitely explode your chrysanthemum. Rumble. The prison flame fell. A bright red number floated above the Ksitigarbha Lord's head. The damage value did not change at all, and was completely the same as before. This feeling was too good. So what if you're a god? So what if you're an expert from the higher plane? All of you trembled under the might of the deviant flame. As long as there was a deviant flame, the ancient world would be quickly destroyed by Luo Tian. The divine plane would also be destroyed by him, and even the higher plane would also be destroyed by Luo Tian. With the deviant flame in hand, I have the world, crushing everything. At this moment, The might of the deviant flame had truly erupted. One deviant flame might not be very strong, but 31 deviant flames were enough to take a person's life. This feeling was too amazing, too unbearable. Kittigarba Lord's face was ashen. Looking at the deviant flame that was constantly bombarding down from the sky, he was somewhat confused. How can this kind of flame hurt me? I am an expert from the higher plane. Even a god would not be able to hurt me in the slightest. How can this kind of power hurt me? This point, Luo Tian was also thinking. Other than the deviant flame, ignoring defense, strength, and everything else, Luo Tian was also thinking in his heart, if it's in the invincible mode, can the deviant flame cause any damage? The Kittigarba Lord is too strong. He is an unshakable existence. Even the supreme emperor technique of the profound sky continent cannot harm him in the slightest. But the deviant flame completely ignores all of this. Actually, no matter how strong the Kittigarba Lord was, he was still bound by the laws. This was the profound sky continent. His strength and defense were restricted by a certain law, and Luo Tian's deviant flame was within the law. Therefore, as long as one was in the profound sky continent, whether it was a god, supreme god, or even a master god, the damage of the deviant flame would not change. 17th attack. 18th boom. It continued to bombard him. The Kittigarba Lord's anger was ignited, but it was completely useless. His body could not move at all, nor could he say a single word. No matter how he dodged, the deviant flame would always hit him. His skin was bruised and his face was swollen, looking extremely miserable. His two eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was also staring at the HP bar above the Kittigarba Lord's head, frantically calculating. His brows were secretly shocked. Oh no, the damage is not enough. Chapter 843. The damage was not enough. There was a mistake in his calculations. His HP remained the same, but the most important thing was that the Kittigarba Lord had consumed a pill. A very fatal point. Although the Earth Treasury Lord was not the owner of the system, through eating pills, his body would recover a little. To Luo Tian, this was a very fatal existence. This was something that Luo Tian had never thought of before. It was also something that had never happened before. He took drugs. Damn it. Luo Tian's brows sank as he watched the Earth Treasury Lord's HP continuously decrease. At the same time, the amount of deviant fire in the sky was also decreasing. There's no other way. I have to go all out. Even a little bit of damage is of utmost importance right now. At this moment, Luo Tian's face was full of arrogance as he walked towards the Earth Treasury Lord step by step and said arrogantly, Earth Treasury Lord, aren't you an expert from the higher realm? Aren't you arrogant in front of me? Why are you being bombarded like this now? Ha ha ha, fight back, why don't you fight back? Luo Tian's eyes were wide open. He didn't think much of Kittigarba Bodhisattva, but he was very cautious in his heart. He didn't dare to use the power of the mind net, for fear that Kittigarba Bodhisattva would catch on to his thoughts. Moreover, the most important thing was that the Earth Treasury Lord did not know the damage value of the deviant fire behind him. He was also scared to death in his heart, not knowing if he could hold on. Even if he could, what if Luo Tian came one after another to bombard him? His face was pale and unsightly. Seeing Luo Tian walk towards him without any defense, he became even more afraid. If he wasn't 100% sure, would Luo Tian dare to come up? He didn't dare. Absolutely not. He absolutely wouldn't take the risk. At this moment, the Earth Treasury Lord's heart was filled with fear. He was afraid. When a person was afraid, it could be seen from their eyes. Luo Tian saw the fear in his eyes and secretly rejoiced in his heart. He sneered and said, Are you afraid now? Earth Treasury Lord, I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Do you know what an expert from the higher realm like you is in my eyes? Trash. No, calling you trash is an insult to trash. Ant. That doesn't seem right. Are you stronger than an ant? So what? Why don't we just call you a trash? an ant, a trash amongst ants. That's a very apt description. In my eyes, you are the trash amongst ants. Ha ha! Luo Tian laughed wildly. His eyes were now filled with the same look of disdain that Xidigarba had earlier. The more Luo Tian behaved like this, the more he behaved like this. The fear in Xidigarba's heart grew. Without the suppression of the deviant flame, he couldn't move at all. The injuries on his body continued to worsen. In the beginning, he was still able to bear it, but the power of the deviant flame was getting stronger and stronger. Now he was on the verge of collapsing. Blood was gushing out from his wounds. Looking at Luo Tian's proud face, he was furious. He hated it. He hated it to the core. But, most importantly, he didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. Even if he was just a clone cultivated from a strand of the Dizong demon monarch soul, he was still afraid of death. In fact, he was deathly afraid. In the tens of millions of years in the profound sky continent, he thought that he was invincible and immortal. But now, he was afraid. He even saw the god of death descending. The scythe of death was already at his neck. It was about to reap his life. Suddenly, the Dizong demon monarch's expression changed. With a pleading tone, he said, "Luo Tian, let me go this time. I will give you unimaginable benefits. I will make you the king of the profound sky continent. No, I will make you the king of the ancient world. As long as you let me go, I will give you everything you want. Killing me won't bring you any benefits. You have already killed the clones of experts from 18 planes. You have ruined their plans. They will definitely not let you go. There are people in the ancient world who will not let you go. There are also people in the ancient world who will not let you go. As long as you promise to let me go, I will make sure that they will not dare to touch a single hair on your head." He was afraid. In order to live, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, revealing an arrogant and domineering smile. He said, "Dizong demon monarch, are you afraid? Do you want to live?" He knew very well that the Dizong demon monarch was afraid. However, Luo Tian still said so. Although the Dizong demon monarch did not admit it, his eyes betrayed him. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm afraid? Luo Tian, you can't kill me at all. Why would I be afraid of you? I am advising you to be sensible. Don't be hunted down by experts from dozens of planes. This is the origin continent. Even if I don't come, there will be other experts. You cannot control the profound sky essence, but as long as you stop attacking, I will let you control this power. You will become very, very powerful, an invincible existence." Luo Tian smiled and repeated, "Dizong demon monarch, you are afraid. You want to live? Beg me. Kneel and beg me." The Dizong demon monarch was furious. He wanted nothing more than to swallow Luo Tian alive. His heart ached with hatred, and his incomparably ugly face revealed a trace of extremely cold, killing intent. He said coldly, "Luo Tian, don't be so shameless. You want the experts of the higher planes to kneel and beg you? I think you are dreaming." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian shouted again, "Guanghan Ice Flame, explode for me!" Rumble. Rumble. The Dizong demon monarch, who had just straightened his body, was directly blasted to the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body trembled in pain. That trace of killing intent was instantly replaced by fear. Luo Tian smiled and said, "I am shameless. If you have the guts, get up and bite me. Come on, bite me. You dog, you want to trick me? With your strength, I don't care at all. What experts from 18 planes are chasing me? Call them over. I can even kill you. Why would I be afraid of them? Dizong demon monarch, is your brain filled with shit? If you want to live, then kneel down and kowtow to me." Dizong demon monarch laid on the ground with an ugly expression on his face. If looks could kill, Luo Tian had died countless times. The anger in his heart could not be vented at all. However, right now he had no other choice. Looking at the few strands of deviant fire circling above his head, his heart trembled. He couldn't hold on for much longer. At this moment he knelt down and begged, Luo Tian, please let me go. He was afraid. This time he was truly afraid, seeing a strand of deviant fire crashing down. His body trembled in fear. At this moment, the defense on his body dropped to its lowest point. Luo Tian's palms were drenched in cold sweat. He was extremely nervous. He had to cause a certain amount of damage. Otherwise, the remaining 3 deviant fire S would not be able to kill the Dizong demon monarch. As long as the deviant fire was finished and he did not die, the one who would die would definitely be him. Luo Tian took a step forward and walked in front of the Dizong demon monarch and sneered, "Kowtow! Kneel down and sing the song of conquest." Chapter 844. It was an extremely tense moment. Luo Tian unleashed all his strength as the movie king. On the surface, he did not seem nervous at all. Actually, just like the Kittigarba Lord, he was terrified. As long as Dizong did not die, he would die. How could he not be scared? Luo Tian was also human. He was also afraid of death. However, when faced with death, he would still choose to take a gamble and see if he could turn a 3-wheeled motorcycle into a motorcycle. His luck was supported by Chun Chun, the goddess of luck. He believed he would definitely win. Everything about Dizong was developing according to his expectations. Now he only needed to wait for Dizong to kneel down. As long as he completely relaxed, he would cooperate with the Annihilation Blade and the strongest power in his body to give him a ruthless slash. Dizong was very unwilling. Looking at Luo Tian's arrogant mouth, he was unusually angry. He was an expert of the higher plane. Even a god would not dare to be too arrogant in front of him. Now he was being crushed to kneel on the ground by a human from the lowest plane. This was a great insult to him, the greatest insult in his life. However, all insults were fleeting clouds in the face of death. As long as he was alive, anything was possible. While Dizong was hesitating, Luo Tian was very unhappy and shouted, "I told you to kowtow, but you didn't kowtow. Then you should die for me." Nihility devouring flame blast. The 29th deviant flame came down. Boom! In an instant, it exploded on Dizang's back. His body sank again. His face was ferocious. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The cold light disappeared instantly. He revealed a flattering smile and said, I'll kowtow. As long as you spare my life, I'll kowtow to you." At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. He said, "Luo Tian, just you wait. I will make you pay the price. I will make you die. I will make all the living beings in the Tianqian continent die because of your actions. I will turn this origin continent into a dead plain." He hated it too much. Xidigarba kowtowed heavily. Bang! After he finished kowtowing, he immediately raised his head and said with a face full of smiles, "I have kowtowed. Can you let me go now? As long as you let me go, I will leave the profound sky continent immediately and never come back." Her face was full of smiles. It looked like it was real. Luo Tian, on the other hand, didn't give him the slightest bit of face. He slapped the Kittigarba Lord across the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and his front teeth to fall out. However, he didn't deal any real damage, nor did his HP drop in the slightest. At this moment, Luo Tian angrily rebuked, "Did I allow you to get up?" 30th Heavenly Flame blast. Rumble. 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 Once again, the Kittigarba Bodhisattva was knocked to the ground. The Xidigarba Lord's HP decreased by a large amount. He was so enraged that he wanted to eat someone alive. However, he did not dare to move recklessly. There was still a mysterious flame above his head. This mysterious flame would definitely deal the most damage. He truly did not know if he could withstand it. Moreover, Luo Tian was extremely arrogant. He was even more afraid. Luo Tian's heart sank. I never thought that, even after using such a powerful attack and knocking out his front teeth, I still couldn't deal the slightest bit of damage to him. This bastard's defense is too strong. This was a probing slap. It was also a slap that Luo Tian used to vent the pent-up anger in his heart. After this slap, Luo Tian's heart also became extremely nervous. However, he became even more arrogant, saying, "Kneel down and kowtow again. If I don't let you get up, you can't get up. Otherwise, that mysterious flame above your head will instantly take your dog life." Di Zong gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. He once again knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. He really didn't hold back. A deep crater appeared on the ground from his kowtow. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He was a complete tragedy, completely played by Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian was also very worried. The fear in his heart was even stronger than Di Zhang's, or even several times stronger. He was very clear in his heart. If Di Zong did not die, he would return it to him 1,000 times over. At that time, the moment Di Zong knelt down, Luo Tian laughed wildly and took half a step back. There was not the slightest fluctuation of energy in his body as he said, "You're quite obedient. Kneel properly for me. I really enjoy the feeling of being kowtowed to by a supreme expert. Ha ha ha." At this moment, Luo Tian roared in his heart, "Level 9 Berserk! 9 dragons and 9 elephants. For divine beast's bloodline. The power of 12 energy pillars. 1,080,000,000 profound chi value. Explode for me. I'll explode it all." This was all of Luo Tian's strength. He released all of this for the sake of a single slash. This slash would determine his life and death, so he had no way out. If this couldn't kill Di Zong, then he would be the one to die. Even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. At this moment, Di Zong felt Luo Tian take a few steps back and his heart relaxed. He thought that Luo Tian was really going to let him go, and said in his heart, "Luo Tian, when I recover a little bit of my vitality, I will let you die, ha ha ha." His mind relaxed. His defense dropped once again. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian's expression was extremely sinister as he roared like thunder. "Critical hit mode! Heaven's shocking slash! Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, go to hell for me." The extermination blade stood tall in the clouds. The tyrannical saber spirit fused with the extermination blade. Critical hit mode activated. All of his strength was superimposed. Luo Tian's final gamble was also a desperate one. The saber chi wreaked havoc, causing the entire ground to tremble. It shocked the heavens and earth and made the gods weep. The blade slashed down. The incomparably huge extermination blade chi was like the power of a god descending, exploding above Di Zhang's head, and then the extermination blade slashed down heavily. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound shook the heavens, and the entire profound sky continent trembled, as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. At this moment, the entire profound sky continent fell silent, and even the king of mysterious Yin was shocked by this power. Luo Tian's entire body also collapsed. This power was too strong, and even he couldn't control it. He forcefully withstood it. Clang! His arm was numb, and the web between his thumb and index finger was bleeding. His entire body fell limply to the ground, panting heavily. Di Zong did not die. He was furious. He was insanely furious. "Luo Tian, you despicable and sinister brat, die now." Di Zong was furious, and his body pounced towards Luo Tian. His divine power soared into the sky, and he wanted to crush Luo Tian into powder in an instant. However, at this time, Luo Tian did not move. He smiled, looked at the furious Di Zong, pointed at his head, and said, "Die!" Di Zong was completely dumbfounded. Forced. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I don't want anything else. Just the divine void mirror. Explode for me. Thank you, brothel brother. Thank you. 108-026-3422 brother for yesterday's 10,000 book coins. Old Bull thanks you very much. Thank you to every brother who tipped Old Bull. Thank you for your support. In 6 more days, Old Bull will go crazy. Brothers, Old Bull begs for a recommendation ticket. Can you bring old bull to show off? Bring me flying? Just once is good. Explode! Chapter 845. Even though he had used all of his strength, the damage he had caused was not very high. It was only a few million points of damage value. But this was enough for Luo Tian. It had to be said. The Earth Treasury Lord's defense was ridiculously strong. If not for the restriction of the laws of the Tian-Shan continent, Luo Tian would not be able to hurt him even if he used all his strength. It was also because the Tian-Shan continent was the source of the continent, its power of laws was extremely strong. Even if the experts from the higher planes entered here, they would still be controlled by the power of laws. The blade slashed down. When the critical hit damage value came out, Luo Tian began to laugh. Seeing Demon Lord Xidigarba charge at him in anger, Luo Tian pointed at the deviant fire above his head and said, "Go to hell!" Ah, the Earth Treasury Lord's eyes trembled. His back began to feel cold. His palms and forehead were all covered in cold sweat. He forgot that there was still a deviant flame in the sky. He also did not expect Luo Tian to suddenly attack when he was kneeling, and it even caused him damage. He could not tolerate it, but now he was in despair, completely in despair. Standing in the same place, he stared at Luo Tian and roared in anger. "Luo Tian, just you wait. Unless you stay in the Tian-Shan continent for the rest of your life, no matter which plane you enter, you will be hunted down endlessly. Offending me, the Earth Treasury Lord, you can wait to suffer in hell." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He laughed crazily. It was a little different from the Earth Treasury Lord just now, and his expression no longer had a trace of fear. On the contrary, it was more arrogance, disdain, and contempt. Luo Tian was slightly shocked. He knew that the real Xidigarba Bodhisattva's consciousness had entered the profound sky continent. He was furious. His clone had been killed by a human from a lower plane. This was the greatest insult to him. However, Luo Tian was only slightly shocked. It wasn't because of the Xidigarba Demon Lord's strength, but because of the sudden appearance of the Xidigarba Demon Lord's will. This was the reason why he was shocked. Looking at the Xidigarba Demon Lord's arrogant laughter, Luo Tian sneered, "You want to kill me? Call them over. If one comes, I'll kill one. If a pair comes, I'll kill a pair. If a pair comes, I'll kill a pair. Xidigarba, just you wait in the higher planes. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Are you trying to act cool in front of me by hunting me down in 18 planes? If you have the guts, don't die now. Don't be so arrogant. If you have the guts, why don't you use your true self? Why don't you shout for your sister? The fire is getting bigger." Luo Tian scolded arrogantly and domineeringly. He was very happy in his heart. "What's wrong? Say something. Say something. Kill me now if you have the guts." He was rendered speechless by Luo Tian. Di Zong of the higher planes was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His teeth were itching with hatred as he activated his divine might and shouted, "Just you wait. I will always pay attention to you. I will make you pay for everything you've done today. I will destroy the entire profound sky continent." The moment he spoke, the deviant fire descended. Unable to resist, Di Zong stared fixedly at Luo Tian. His eyes filled with incomparably cold viciousness. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Huge explosions continued to ring out. Everything in the surroundings was shaking and peeling off bit by bit, as if the world was collapsing. At this moment, Luo Tian became nervous in his heart. "You must give me something to drop." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Di Zhang's clone, for obtaining 50 billion experience. Profound chi values 2,000,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Divine Void Mirror. Congratulations to player Luo Tian. When Luo Tian heard the words Divine Void Mirror, his entire body relaxed. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort, as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. This feeling was too good, extremely good. I don't need anything else. I just need this thing. When Luo Tian saw Dizong use the divine void mirror to create a fake body, he was about to drool. The clone that walked out of the divine void mirror was exactly the same. Even the power of the heart net could not differentiate it. It was completely the same person, and his strength was exactly the same as the original body. As long as he had this thing, he could clone himself, level up with 2 people, and he could even wow. Luo Tian felt that it was too awesome just thinking about it. 2 people means twice the experience. We can level up everywhere. And one of the clones can kill monsters to level up. The original body can also follow the girls to do some wow things. In the past, he had no choice but to risk his life. Now, Luo Tian laughed in his heart. In the future, I'll have plenty of time to follow those beautiful girls. Every night, I'll do it again, and I'll still be able to level up. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the Save the Profound Sky continent quest. Obtained experience reward. 10 billion points. Profound chi values. 10 billion points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Divine Origin Power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Profound Origin Power. It was normal to receive these rewards after completing the quest. However, Luo Tian had never heard of Divine Origin Power and Profound Origin Power before. When he opened the system, he could not help but be stunned and said, "Fusion item usage method? Damn, it's actually a fusion of power. This is good. I really plan to fuse all of those great perfection stage cultivation techniques. In the Profound Sky continent, these cultivation techniques are awesome, but in the ancient world, it's hard to say. I have to fuse them into an even stronger cultivation technique." Luo Tian had wanted to do this for a long time. It was just that he never had the time. At the same time, he was afraid of failure. Once the fusion of the cultivation technique failed, then the fusion of the cultivation technique would be gone. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dizong Mo Lord for obtaining an SS rating. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Strange Fire Lottery reward. Do you wish to activate it? Haha, activate! Of course, he had to activate it. This was the power that Luo Tian needed right now. With 108 strange fire in his hands, who could be his match? Meet gods, kill gods, meet Buddhas, kill Buddhas. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining %. Every time the roulette stopped spinning, Luo Tian would obtain a new strange fire, and the strange fire board continued to increase. Luo Tian became more and more excited and thought to himself, "Strange fire! All of the strange fire are about to be gathered. This is too awesome." With 108 strange fire gathered, who could be his match? This damage was simply off the charts. One after another, the strange fire entered Luo Tian's body. After the last strange fire landed on the strange fire board, the Sumeru ring suddenly moved, and a wild laughter came out from the ring, requesting recommendation tickets. Chapter 846. The voice of the Patriarch of Mount Hua sounded. A very wild and happy laughter came from the ring. Without waiting for Luo Tian to enter the Sumeru ring, the figure of the Patriarch of Mount Hua flew out of the ring. This time, the expression of the Patriarch of Mount Hua was 100 times more energetic. Luo Tian could faintly feel the divine might that was being released from his body and was secretly shocked. "Good boy. Not bad, not bad. I really didn't misjudge you. You really did it. You haven't seen the face of that old thief, Xidigarba Demon Lord. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. This is too satisfying. After living for tens of thousands of years, this is the best day. Ha ha ha." The Patriarch of Mount Hua laughed again, his expression abnormally excited. Luo Tian knew very well that he had been deceived. He had been deceived by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. The Patriarch of Mount Hua wanted to save the profound sky continent, but in reality, he was saving himself. The Ksitigarbha demon lord had already said it. The Patriarch of Mount Hua was trapped by him. Luo Tian had killed one of the Ksitigarbha demon lord's clones, causing his power to loosen a little. This slight loosening was a very fatal existence for an expert. The Patriarch of Mount Hua must have escaped. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as happy as he was now. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said respectfully, of course, but Patriarch, I have destroyed the Earth's core pagoda, killed the Flame Demon Lord, and now I have also killed the Ksitigarbha Demon Lord. You also know that they are all experts from other planes, and there are also experts from the ancient continent. Before the Ksitigarbha Demon Lord died, he said that he would endlessly hunt me down. What should I do now? I don't want to die. Patriarch, you have to help me. Luo Tian purposely said. He was probing. He was testing the Patriarch of Mount Hua, and also testing if the Ksitigarbha Demon Lord really had such a powerful ability. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was born in the higher planes, and it was hard to say whether he had people in other planes. Only the experts of the higher planes could find out, and the Patriarch of Mount Hua was one of them. The Huashan Patriarch smiled. Luo Tian, don't worry. The Dizong Demon Lord has no time to care about you. He can't even protect himself now. Once I comprehend the mysteries of the earth, I'll kill him. How can he find trouble with you then? However, you have to pay attention to the powerhouses from the Earth's core tower. With your talent and potential, dealing with them won't be a problem at all. Don't worry, your future is infinitely bright, ha ha ha. As for the primordial continent, as long as you can find the 2 caverns where I cultivate and that stick, I believe that even an ancient overlord won't be able to hurt you. However, whether you can enter the caverns and find the things I left behind will depend on you. I don't know if that stick is still there. I've already told you about its characteristics last time. As for whether you can find it or not, it all depends on your luck. The Huashan Patriarch said slowly. All of this depended on Luo Tian himself. He could only help with this. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he thought to himself, it seems that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is right. There will be people from all 18 planes who want my life. Damn it. For the sake of the Huashan Patriarch, I have offended the experts of 20 planes in one go. Isn't this asking for my life? Straightforward. I won't enter the ancient world. I'll be a local tyrant in the profound sky continent. Whoever comes will die. Who dares to provoke me? It wasn't that Luo Tian was afraid. It was that he felt that he might as well enjoy his life and be a local tyrant. The entire profound sky continent was his. How great would that be? His lifespan was also tens of thousands of years. To what extent would he be able to enjoy this? Then again, so many girls were waiting to give birth to his children. And then fight for what? To become a supreme expert? All of this was too virtual. Luo Tian was a supreme expert in the profound sky continent, an invincible existence. The Huashan Patriarch seemed to have seen through Luo Tian's thoughts and said, Kid, how can you not be ambitious at such a young age? The profound sky continent is too small. The ancient world is just the beginning of your stage. Furthermore, it is a very exciting world. It is a place where 108,000 experts from the lower planes gather. It is also a transit station to enter the higher planes. There are too many secrets and spiritual treasures hidden in the ancient world. Even I have not been to many places and do not even know about them. You must go and explore them properly. Luo Tian chuckled and thought to himself, explore your sister. I've been tricked to death by you. What if I get killed the moment I enter the ancient world? Moreover, I've already provoked several overlord-level experts in the ancient world, such as the Undead Emperor and the 7 Luminaries God. Once these 2 bosses know that I've entered the ancient world, they will definitely not let me go. The Huashan Patriarch smiled and said, Don't worry, the ancient world is more than 10,000 times the size of the profound sky continent. Even overlord-level experts would need a lot of time to find someone, and they won't be able to find someone in a short period of time. Moreover, they won't spend their time looking for someone, and will be desperately cultivating, comprehending, and wanting to enter a stronger plane. Kid, you must remember one thing. This is the world of the strong. Only by standing at the peak can one look down on the world, and only then can one protect those around them. This is the pursuit of a martial artist, to become stronger, stronger, and stronger, to become the ruler of everything. This was also his lifelong dream. Now that he had stepped into the higher planes, he was one step closer to his dream. Hearing him say this, Luo Tian's blood boiled. He was a warmonger. In his previous life, he had yearned for that kind of world in the game, that kind of constant struggle, that kind of constant killing of evil, that kind of constant fighting for his brothers, for his women, to shake the entire world. This was life, a hot-blooded life. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and said with a smile, "Thank you, Patriarch, I will remember." The Huashan Patriarch looked at Luo Tian and said, "I'm afraid it will be many years before we meet again. Kid, I'll wait for you in the higher planes. I believe that you will definitely be able to enter the higher planes, and at that time, we'll chase after the goddess together, all the master gods, finished." The Huashan Patriarch's eyes were a little moist. It was as if he was sad. Luo Tian was startled and thought to himself, "Is there a need to be like this? It's as if we're gay friends." Then, Luo Tian laughed. "There will be such a day." The Huashan Patriarch laughed out loud and said, "I'll be waiting, kid. You must turn this world upside down. The profound sky continent has already been blown up by you. You must go to the ancient world. Only by entering the ancient world will you know what it means to be strong." Finished. The shadow of the Huashan Patriarch slowly disappeared. Luo Tian waved his hand. Suddenly his brows tightened, and he immediately shouted, "Patriarch, you still haven't told me what the antidote to the soul poison is." A voice seemed to come from afar. "You will naturally know once you enter the ancient world." Holy **T. Chapter 847. What the **CK. I've been tricked again. Luo Tian was furious, but old ancestor Huashan had already disappeared. The Sumeru ring's original spirit energy and a little bit of divine aura had also disappeared. It had now become an interspatial ring, just that it was of a higher grade than ordinary interspatial rings and could store more things. Enter the ancient world. Enter the ancient world. Old ancestor Huashan, how afraid are you that I won't enter the ancient world? Luo Tian muttered. He also yearned to enter the ancient world. However, from old ancestor Huashan's words, Luo Tian suddenly felt that there might be some unspeakable conspiracy behind this. If old ancestor Huashan could lie to him once, he could do it again. What benefits could he get from entering the ancient world? Were the two immortals' caves and the fire stick he mentioned really as powerful as he claimed? Luo Tian was unsure. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to think about all these. The 29th day was almost over. There was only one day left before the system's set time. He had to break through to the mystic, the arch, great perfection realm. Otherwise, he would be killed by the system. Luo Tian opened the system and checked the experience bar. He was elated, 99% experience. Just a little bit more, and I can level up. One day should be enough. Even if I can't kill the mysterious Yin King, I can at least keep my life. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing old ancestor Huayin, for gaining 1 experience point and 1 mystic chi. Ding! Undefeated value +1. From the 3rd day onwards, Luo Tian's body kept ringing with notifications. He had never heard it before. The power of the 8-front formation surprised him. It could actually kill those mystic, the arch experts so easily. However, before the smile on Luo Tian's face faded, his expression changed. **CK. The day before yesterday, I still had 10 million experience points, and now it's only 1 point. Damn you, system. Come out if you have the guts. I'll definitely beat you to death. 10 million experience points became 1 point. This Luo Tian was speechless. 1% of the experience points was equivalent to 5 billion experience points. A mystic Dharch expert only had a little experience point. How was he going to level up? Instantly, Luo Tian felt bitter. However, at this moment, the system beeped again. Ding! The 8 front formation has been destroyed. F***CK. Now, I don't even have any experience at all. This is too damn hateful. Luo Tian said unhappily. His face darkened as he said, The 8 front formation is destroyed. The Huashan immortal sect is in danger. Chen Chen, Erden, Fatty, Sister Shui, you must protect them. I'll be back soon. At this moment, Huashan mountain range. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment the 8 front formation was destroyed, the mysterious evil king's army charged forward at an unstoppable speed. The Alliance army couldn't defend at all. They quickly pulled back their defensive line. In less than 10 minutes, only one of the main peaks of Mount Hua immortal sect was still intact. The other places were all occupied by the mysterious evil king's army. Blood flowed like a river. Blood dyed the sky red. After a few minutes, the mysterious evil king used some kind of power to resurrect those who had died, and they all obeyed his orders and joined his army. As a result, the mysterious evil king's army became even bigger, and the foot of Mount Hua was filled with people. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, get the hell out here! Ha ha ha! Morong Wanjian arrogantly roared. How did you become a coward? Weren't you quite arrogant in Duan Tian City? Come out now, you dog. You dare to steal my woman? If I can't get it, no one can. Morong Wanjian clamored. Arrogant. His expression was abnormally sinister. At this moment, the mysterious evil king's army continued to attack the mountain protection formation. This was a formation that all the goblin clansmen had used their own lives to refine, and it was also the last line of defense for the Huashan immortal sect. If it was broken, no one in the Huashan immortal sect would survive. In the main hall of Mount Hua. Preposterous! Morong Wanjian, this dog. I will go and kill him now. Fatty Lei was extremely annoyed. No matter what, he couldn't say anything bad about Luo Tian. This was his only bottom line. He was extremely furious. After speaking, Fatty Lei was about to charge out. A frenzied blade immediately shouted, Fatty, stop! If you go out, the formation will be opened. At that time, the mysterious evil king's army will attack. Do you want everyone to die? You are clear about the strength of the mysterious evil beast. At this time, we can only wait. Fatty Lei's face turned angry as he said fiercely, I just can't stand Morong Wanjian. He is already dead, but now he is alive again. Boss has been trying to suppress him for 3 years. In these 3 years, Morong Wanjian has been like a huge mountain pressing down on his heart. Now he still dares to be so arrogant. Even after becoming the mysterious evil king's dog, he still dares to bark. Very annoyed. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you cowardly turtle. You don't dare to come out? You damn trash will be trampled under my feet for the rest of your life. When I break through your Huashan immortal sect, I will make you tremble under my legs. Ha ha ha. Today is the day you die. Just you wait. Morong Wanjian's mocking body once again exploded in the sky above Huashan Peak. This time, not only Fatty Lei, Two Balls, Morong Bai, King Kong, Xian Yuani, Blind Lu, and the others couldn't hold it in anymore. Even frenzied Blade couldn't hold it in anymore. A strong killing intent continuously burst out from his body. Everyone in the main hall was furious. Morong Wanjian wasn't strong. The current Fatty Lei or Xian Yuani who had fused with the Sky Profound Essence could easily kill him. However, they couldn't go out at this time. The moment they went out, the mountain protection formation would be instantly broken. When the mysterious evil beast came forward, No one would be able to stop them. Murong Wanjian was still mocking and insulting them. Each sentence was worse than the last. Everyone was suppressing their anger. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. I really can't take it anymore. Fatty Lei roared. I can't take it either. I can't wait to wring Murong Wanjian's head off. Everyone said unhappily. It was also at this time that a Huashan disciple hurriedly flew into the main hall and said, Report, Elder Fan Chongjian said that the formation can't hold on for much longer. It will be broken in at most 10 minutes. It will be broken in 10 minutes. Your sect master, Luo Tian, hasn't returned yet? So you guys have been lying to me. Luo Tian must have hidden far away, right? Using us as cannon fodder. Your Huashan immortal sect really doesn't have any good people. Rather than waiting for death here, you might as well go out and surrender. Many leaders of forces started to resent. There were troubles inside and strong enemies outside. Huashan immortal sect was already at the point of life and death. Thank you to Piao Hong for the reward. Thank you, brothers, for your support. The final battle of the profound sky continent is about to begin. Brothers, let's give them a recommendation ticket. There's still 5 days before Mad Bull mode. Chapter 848. When a person was at the point of life and death, they would have all kinds of complaints. Many of them came for the thick celestial energy. Now that mysterious Yin King's army was at the foot of the mountain, they started to grumble. Han Hua was too lazy to say anything more. Fatty Lei and the others didn't have time to bother about these people. Frenzied Blade said, If you want to stay, then stay. If you don't, then scram. I won't stop you. But I have to make one thing clear. Once we leave this gate, we won't be allies but enemies. The moment he said those words, those people's faces changed slightly and they all fell silent. Their cultivation wasn't a match for Frenzied Blade. Fatty Lei said right away, You can leave, we won't force you to stay. Once we leave this gate, we won't be allies and won't kill you. But it is hard to say what will happen in the future. I want you to think about it. The brothers who stay must go to the front lines and can't absorb celestial energy to cultivate. I will leave. Ocean Sky Sect will leave too. Savage Sect will leave too. To go to the front lines to block mysterious Yin King's army. What is the difference between that and death? We can't absorb celestial energy. We came here for Huashan celestial sect's celestial energy. Now that we can't absorb it, what are we doing here? Are we going to die with you? I will leave too. This place is already a dead land. If we stay, we will just be waiting for death. Luo Tian still hasn't appeared. I think he has fled long ago. To leave us here as cannon fodder, he is just too despicable. Before this person could finish his words, Fatty Lei's body moved slightly and punched that person's chest, instantly killing him. He coldly snorted and said, If you want to leave, then leave. If you dare to speak another word, I will make all of you bleed on the spot. He hated it when people talked bad about Luo Tian. He couldn't even take it when Murong Wanjian said that. Now that a small sect leader said that, how could he accept it? Fatty Lei stared in rage. Looking at the stunned crowd, he hollered and released his evil ancestor aura. Scram! Those people quickly left the hall. When they walked out of the hall, many people said angrily, You idiots have been fooled by Luo Tian. You don't even know that the mysterious evil king is coming for him. You can wait for your death here. We don't want to accompany you. What's the big deal? So what if you killed Murong Wanjian? Murong Wanjian is hooting at the foot of the mountain right now. If you have the guts, go down and accept the challenge. Why are you venting your anger on us? The Huashan Immortal Sect? I think it's bullshit. Humph. Fatty Lei was instantly enraged. His gaze darkened as he said, Mother asterisk her, are you courting death? With that, he was about to rush out. However, Frenzied Sword pulled him back and said, Why lower yourself to their level? If they go out, they will die anyway. It is not worth wasting time on them. Right now, the most important thing is for us to come up with a countermeasure. 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, the mysterious evil king's army will charge over. Murong Wanjian and the others aren't scary. The scary ones are the mysterious evil giant beasts. There are 8 of them, and they have revival techniques. Although they can't completely revive, they can summon the dead for them to use. Our numbers are less than 1% of theirs. This is going to be a tough battle. Their faces sunk. Suddenly, and Chen Chun looked at Exen who was sitting cross-legged at the side, and said, Sister Exen, when will brother Luo Tian return? Exen-er's forehead was covered in sweat. Her face was ashen white, and she looked a little weak. Since half a month ago, she had been using the power of destiny to make changes to Luo Tian and to change his fate. But she only knew that Luo Tian was still alive. She didn't know what was going on with Luo Tian and didn't know what would happen to Luo Tian in the future. She didn't dare to look. She was afraid that she would see something that she couldn't accept. His face turned cold as he opened his eyes slightly. He looked at Chen Chun and shook his head. I don't know either. I can't see through his fate at all. I don't dare to look. I'm afraid. She didn't hide it, and Chen Chun pouted. Her eyes were red as she said, I'm afraid too. Brother Luo Tian, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? Sister Shui, and the others are in danger. And Chen Chun sniffed as she looked at the blood-red sky outside the hall and muttered to herself, Rumble, rumble, rumble. Cracks appeared on the formation's halo and slowly expanded. Threads of energy could already seep in through the cracks. Ha ha ha, so what if it's the Gnome Tribe's formation? You still can't stop me, Luo Tian, just wait for your death. This time, I will definitely let you have a taste of my power. I will let you die without a burial ground, ha ha ha. Murong Wanjian laughed maniacally again. Boom! Smash this bullshit formation into smithereens. When the time comes, we'll split up Luo Tian's women. Ha ha ha. They are all top beauties. Don't let a single one of them go. Ha ha ha. When Murong Wanjian thought of this, he couldn't help but become excited and thought to himself, Luo Tan, I will return the matter of Broken Sky City to you 10,000 times over. Fighting over a woman with me. I will let you know my methods. At the same time, mysterious Dark King, who was 10,000 miles away, laughed coldly and said, Source Continent? This is the so-called Source Continent. It's too weak. Once I control this continent, I will absorb all the essence energy on this continent. Ha ha ha, that's because you can become an overlord after entering the ancient world, ha ha. The mysterious Dark Continent was a little higher level than the profound Sky Continent. Mysterious Dark King himself didn't know why he was pulled here by a powerful force, but he knew that this was a great gift from the heavens. It was the strongest springboard for him to enter the ancient world. As long as he could absorb the origin essence energy, his cultivation would receive an unprecedented increase, and he would be able to become an overlord of the ancient world. Seeing that the last mountain peak of the Huashan immortal sect was about to fall, he could not help but laugh maniacally. The Tianxian continent is mine, and the Tianxian essence is also mine. Xian-Yin beast, crush everything for me. Roar, roar, roar. The 8 mysterious dark beasts roared in unison, as if the sky was about to be torn apart. With a single step, they rushed towards the Huashan immortal sect from 8 different directions. At the same time, they exerted force. Rumble. The mountain protecting array was instantly shattered. The halo shattered, and a powerful aura from the mysterious dark force rushed into the Huashan peak like a raging tide. Murong Wanjian took the lead, waved the long sword in his hand, and laughed wildly. Kill them all, ha ha ha. At this moment, a teleportation gate appeared in the main hall of Huashan. Chapter 849. The moment the array was broken, Luo Tian walked out from the ground. However, when he walked out of the teleportation array, there was no one in the hall. Not a single sound could be heard. Luo Tian's face suddenly changed and said, "Oh no, I'm late." He started to worry in his heart. A minute before the array was broken. The Xian Yin beast is here. The Great Mountain Protection Array will definitely not be able to hold on. What should we do? Boss, why aren't you back yet? It's useless to call the boss back now. He must be delayed by something. Otherwise, he would definitely rush back as soon as possible. The most important thing now is how to fight. What else can we do? If you ask me, we should just fight it out with them. At this time, we have no other choice, not even a way out. Furthermore, when I hear Morong Wanjian's ghost cries, I'm very annoyed. This time, I must beat the shit out of him. Fatty Lei said angrily. Then let's fight. Kill. Suddenly, the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts ignited, and their blood boiled. And Chun Chun clenched her fists tightly and said, "I want to go too, Big Brother Fatty. You can't stop me. I want to help you guys too." At this moment, the girls all walked up and said, "And us. Sisters-in-law, you guys just wait here. If we die, you guys will be the ones on top. If we don't die, it won't be your turn." Fatty Lei said he had promised Luo Tian that he would take good care of them, and that was what he had done when he came out of the ground. No matter what, he would not let anything happen to them. However, Qin Yu directly said, "We don't need your protection." Now that Huashan Immortal School is at this point, one more person means one more strength. We are not small flowers in a greenhouse. Our strength and cultivation are not much weaker than yours. If you want to fight, then fight together. If you want to die, then die together. Right. Big Sister Yu is right. We want to go too. When women quarreled, even the gods couldn't stop them. Furthermore, it was a large group of women, and each one was fiercer than the other. Fatty Lei couldn't handle it at all. The others were the same. Finally, Frenzied Blade said, "Then let's fight to our heart's content." Shortly after, Fatty Lei frowned. At this moment, it was already useless to stop them. He let out a heavy breath and laughed wildly. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go out and kill to our heart's content. None of you are going against me. Murong Wanjin's life is mine." "Ha ha ha, Big Brother Fatty. Let's see if you're faster than me. F***CK. You, before he could finish speaking, no one was left in the main hall of Mount Hua. Everyone rushed out. "Disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, listen up." Han Hua's voice was as loud as a bell. He waved the colorful flag in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Disciples of the top 10 sects, protect the South. Do everything you can to stop it. Disciples of the Devil's sect, listen up. You guys are in charge of the West. Disciples of the Huashan Immortal sect, listen up. You are in charge of the East. Other disciples, listen up. You are in charge of the North. No matter who comes, kill them all. Rumble, rumble." As the battle started, the mysterious Evil King's army rushed over. For a moment, blood flowed like a river, and shouts of killing filled the air. It was as if it was a huge battlefield. The scene was too horrible to look at. Morong Wanjian floated in the air, waved the long sword in his hand, and said, "Kill them all, ha ha ha! Charge, Luo Tian! Today your brothers will all die, and your women will become our playthings, ha ha ha! You're courting death!" Fatty Lei immediately rushed forward. He entered a berserk state. The power of the demon ancestor combined with the power of absorbing the nightmare's blood essence. His entire body looked incomparably terrifying, dripping with blood. The aura that erupted from his body directly crushed Morong Wanjian to the point that his face turned pale, and he couldn't even speak. Fatty Lei roared angrily and said, "Morong Wanjian, you dog, let's see how many times you can revive." After he finished speaking, he propped himself up with his hind legs and turned into a red laser, directly pouncing towards Morong Wanjian. The corner of Morong Wanjian's mouth drew back as he sneered. He released the power of the true dragon vein, and his complexion turned for the better. Looking at Feng Lei, who was about to rush forward, he said with disdain, "You want to touch me with just you? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lord Profound, E'en giant beast, kill him for me." As soon as Morong Wanjian's voice fell, a profound, E'en giant beast seemed to have drilled out from the void. Its tall and sturdy body suddenly appeared in front of Morong Wanjian. It was like a huge mountain, and an unshakable power burst forth from its body. "Woo!" the giant beast roared and leaned forward. Without waiting for Feng Lei to approach, its huge body directly rushed forward. Behind it, there was a long string of illusions. On the illusions, there were long power stripes, as if they were about to burst open space. Demon Ancestor rend. Fatty Lei roared angrily, and a powerful force burst forth. Rumble! Rumble! The two of them collided, and an astonishing power burst forth at the moment of impact, forming a thin line. This thin line of fire soared into the sky, rolling up waves of hurricanes and sending a large number of people flying. The power was too fierce. The entire battlefield was stunned. Dust flew everywhere. The profound, E'en giant beast's body swayed, and it staggered back a few steps. A trace of blood hung from the corner of its mouth, and a huge wound appeared on its chest. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen, but a burst of power erupted from its body, and the wound quickly healed. Fatty Lei. His face was incomparably pale as he continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. His eyes were filled with shock as he thought to himself, "This guy's defensive power is too strong. He was actually only injured a little, and now he's completely healed." At this moment, his chest was also cracking, and traces of black blood seeped out from the cracks. A few disciples of the healing hall quickly used their healing techniques on Feng Lei. However, even after adding a dozen or so, the wound on Fatty Lei's chest didn't seem to get better. This kind of low-level healing technique was completely useless against him. Furthermore, the profound, E'en giant beast's attack power was too strong. The damage caused by it was completely useless against ordinary healing techniques. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. You dare to be arrogant in front of me again? You damn fatty, aren't you very arrogant? Be arrogant again, didn't you want to kill me? Come, come, if you have the guts, come up, ha ha ha. Murong Wanjian had an extremely despicable expression. Seeing that Fatty Lei was heavily injured, he was extremely pleased, and his expression became even more arrogant. Lord Profound, E'en giant beast, kill this fatty, and then use him to kill Luo Tian and the other brothers. How satisfying would that be? Ha ha ha. Murong Wanjian was incomparably sinister. The profound, E'en giant beast suddenly moved. Fatty Lei's face darkened as he arrogantly roared, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Murong Wanjian laughed complacently and said, "Kill him, kill him." Just as he was laughing maniacally, a voice exploded in his mind. Chapter 850. At this moment, Murong Wanjian's expression suddenly changed, and his body couldn't help but tremble. In the blink of an eye, Murong Wanjian's expression became incomparably malevolent as he coldly shouted, "Luo Tian, you're finally here!" In midair, Luo Tian was like a king looking down on the world as he floated in midair, looking at the mysterious E'en King's army that covered the sky and covered the earth, and looking at the Huashan disciples lying in a pool of blood. The anger in his heart suddenly erupted. "Two balls! Boss! Roar!" Two balls swung its huge tail, sweeping a group of revived disciples hundreds of meters away. Its body soared, and it directly flew into the air. Its expression was rather excited as it said, "Boss, you finally dare to come back. Ha ha ha! Boss is back! Big brother Luo Tian is back. Sect Master is back. Ha ha ha! Mysterious E'en King's lackeys, your end has arrived. Ha ha ha!" Luo Tian's appearance instantly changed the situation of the battle. The aura had completely changed. It became sharp, and everyone's fighting strength also soared. It was as if there was an endless amount of energy in their bodies. At this moment, Luo Tian had already activated the leader system, and everyone had the support of strength. Luo Tian's figure moved, and directly stood on top of Tu Balls' head. He said in a deep voice, "Dragons might shake. Die for me." Roar. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's strength fiercely moved, and directly combined with the dragon god's primordial power in the deepest part of Tu Balls' bones. The moment the two powers merged, there was an explosive sound of power, and then Tu Balls roared. The dragon's might wreaked havoc, and heaven and earth moved. Using the sound wave attack, one ring after another burst out. Rumble. Rumble. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the warriors below the profound god level were shattered into powder. The martial artists who were 1,000 meters away were all stunned by the shock. This power was too fierce. Luo Tian's attack just now was directly neutralized by one move. There were a few profound god realm experts scattered around, but when they saw Luo Tian, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Luo Tian stood on the dragon's head, looking down on the world, and the flames of power burning on his body were something they had never seen before. Valiant, too powerful. Those who had been revived were terrified. However, Morong Wanjian, on the other hand, was extremely unhappy. He felt that his limelight had been snatched away by Luo Tian in an instant. The hatred he had for Luo Tian in his heart had already surpassed everything. He clenched his teeth, pointed his long sword at Luo Tian in the sky, and coldly said, "Luo Tian, you damn trash have finally appeared. I have waited for you for a long time. Ha ha ha. Now go die for me. Mystical Een beasts, attack together. Kill him." Luo Tian frowned slightly, glanced at Morong Wanjian and sneered. "How dare you show off in front of me? Who gave you the courage? In my eyes, you are not even a asterisk, 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 asterisk. I don't even dare to step on a asterisk, 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 asterisk. You are just a F asterisk, 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 asterisk bug." At this moment, Luo Tian didn't even bother to kill him, because Morong Wanjian was too weak to him. He was someone who couldn't be seen in public. His gaze locked onto the mystical Een King, who was 10,000 miles away. Feeling the power from the mystical Een King, Luo Tian's palm couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. His heart sank, and he said, "So strong." He could even kill Demon Lord Dizong, so why would he say that the mystical Een King was so strong? One must know that Demon Lord Dizong was an expert from the higher planes, while the mystical Een King was only a supreme expert from a plane slightly higher than the Tian Shan continent. Their strengths were completely different. Furthermore, Demon Lord Dizong was only a clone. Other than being restricted by the laws of the Tian Shan continent, his power was also restricted by the original body. The most important point was, the blood groove on the mystical Een King's head was too long. It was so long that one couldn't see the end. Compared to Demon Lord Dizong, it was much more. Luo Tian had no idea if the 108 deviant flames could kill him. Even when he met Demon Lord Dizong, he didn't have such a feeling. The opponent was too strong. The mystical Een King was also looking at Luo Tian. He didn't feel any danger at all. With a thought, he sent a message directly into Luo Tian's mind. He laughed coldly. "You are the supreme expert of this continent? Too weak. I suddenly have no interest in you at all." Complete disdain. Luo Tian had a thought and directly shouted, "I am very interested in you. I will kill you, ha ha ha, boss!" The final boss of the Tian Shan continent. It was also the system's reward. Luo Tian was very interested in this boss. More importantly, he was even more interested in the mystical Een King's resurrection power. If this power could truly resurrect people, then Li Shuer wouldn't have to care about the soul poison. However, resurrection shouldn't be possible. Even the experts of the higher planes didn't have this kind of power. Luo Tian, who do you think you are? After killing the mystical Een King, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Look at what you are. Murong Wanjian was ignored by Luo Tian. This feeling made him very unhappy. He could feel the power on Luo Tian's body. He was very clear that the difference between him and Luo Tian was too big. He wasn't a match at all. Not to mention Luo Tian. Even Fatty Lei and Xian Yuani weren't a match for him. However, Murong Wanjian wasn't afraid at all. He was still extremely arrogant because he was very clear that the mystical Yin beasts were invincible. No one in the Tian Xin continent was a match for 8 mystical Yin beasts. Luo Tian was no exception. So he was arrogant. The mystical Yin beasts were his capital to be arrogant. Murong Wanjian laughed loudly and said, "The trash of Jade Mountain City, the sinner of the Tian Xin continent, it's all because of you. Because of you, the Tian Xin continent became like this. Why don't you go and die? You still want to snatch my woman. Let me tell you, Li Shuer is now in a vegetative state because of the soul poison. If I can't get a woman, don't even think about getting one. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, so what if you're strong? You still can't protect the people around you. Ha ha ha, wild laughter. Loud and wild laughter. Every single one of them was furious. Murong Wanjian's expression was arrogant, proud, and egotistical. His eyes were filled with disdain. You want to fight me? Can you beat me? Suddenly, Luo Tian on the dragon's head suddenly disappeared. Murong Wanjian's heart sank, and he immediately roared loudly, "Mystical Yin beasts, now is the time. Kill him for me." The 8 mystical Yin beasts formed a killing array from 8 directions and directly surrounded him. Murong Wanjian laughed loudly and said, "Luo Tian, go and die for me." The word die had yet to be said. An explosion sounded in the sky, and the 8 mystical Yin beasts were directly flipped over by a wave of power. They were ruthlessly pressed onto the ground by Luo Tian, unable to move. Immediately after, Luo Tian smiled coldly as he walked towards Murong Wanjian step by step, begging for next month's votes. Because it's related to the plan to explode next week, I'll support it. Chapter 851. The 8 mystic Yin behemoths were instantly flipped over by Luo Tian. They flew out in 8 different directions and crushed a few mountains. Everything in the surroundings instantly quietened down. The mystic Yin behemoths were able to crush experts at the mystic Dharch perfection realm. But in front of Luo Tian, they didn't even have the strength to retaliate. They were directly flipped over. The mystic Yin behemoths that had been arrogant for a month were directly crushed by a small demonic beast. How could they not be shocked? Too valiant. Big brother Luo Tian, you are so powerful. Hee. Boss is formidable. Too ferocious. If I were a woman, I would fall in love with him. Everyone's aura surged again. Strike while the iron is hot. Take these mysterious Yin King. Send the mystic Yin behemoths down the mountain and kill them all again. Don't be anxious. Let's watch the show now. Fatty Lei revealed an excited smile and looked at Murong Wanjian, who was not far away. He laughed loudly and said, "Murong Wanjian, be arrogant again. Bark again. What did you say just now? Who are you going to kill?" "Ha ha ha. I heard you bark for a month. Bark again now. My boss is here. Bark at him." Everyone started to ridicule him. The anger in their hearts was completely vented. After hearing Murong Wanjian's bark for a month, that arrogance, that pride, and that arrogance, everyone was extremely unhappy. However, with the mystic Yin behemoths protecting him, no one was able to kill him. This allowed him to be arrogant for almost a month. But now, the mystic Yin behemoths were gone. Although they weren't dead, they weren't a threat to Luo Tian even if they were alive. They weren't a match for him at all. Murong Wanjian's strongest reliance was gone. At this moment, his face turned extremely pale. He laughed and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, Grandpa Luo Tian, I was just joking. Why would I kill you? I definitely wouldn't. Even if I had 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare. It was all a misunderstanding in the past. It was all a misunderstanding. Grandpa Luo Tian, please let me go. I won't do it again." Seeing Luo Tian walking towards him step by step, Morong Wanjian felt as if the Grim Reaper had descended upon him again. He had already died once, and that feeling was extremely unbearable. Now that he had been revived with great difficulty, he didn't want to die. After experiencing death, he was even more afraid of death. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth turned cold. He smiled and said, "Weren't you shouting very happily just now? Aren't you very arrogant? Do you think that no one can touch you just because you have the mysterious Yin King as your backer? Do you think you are still the son of the true dragon, Morong Wanjian? In my eyes, you are nothing." Morong Wanjian immediately chuckled. Right. I'm nothing in your eyes. Just treat me as a fart. Next time, I won't dare to be your enemy. I swear to the heavens that there won't be a next time. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Do you think you will have a next time?" Morong Wanjian's face became even paler. His pants were already wet. He was so scared by Luo Tian's words that he peed his pants. His legs trembled as he said, "Luo Tian, you can't kill me. Even if you kill me, the mysterious Yin King will revive me. You can't kill me. I advise you to be smart and listen to me. Otherwise, if the mysterious Yin King gets angry, you, your brothers, and your women will all die." After he finished speaking, Morong Wanjian turned towards the mysterious Yin King and shouted, "Mysterious Yin King, save me! Kill Luo Tian. This dog will definitely hinder your plan. Kill him! Kill him!" The mysterious Yin King smiled and squinted his eyes. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Will you stop me?" Luo Tian raised his eyes and said, "I will kill you." Morong Wanjian immediately said, "Look, who would obstruct your grand plan? Kill him. This brat can't be left alive. He's a madman, a big pervert, a pervert. He can't be left alive. This dog killed me once, and he wants to kill me a second time. Luo Tian, let me tell you, it's impossible in this lifetime. Just wait for your death." Pum! Before Morong Wanjian could finish his words, Luo Tian's body moved and instantly landed in front of Morong Wanjian. Morong Wanjian didn't have time to react at all. His pupils constricted and his body trembled. Pa! A slap landed. Pooh! Morong Wanjian spat out a large mouthful of black blood. Dozens of teeth fell out of his mouth. The blood that he spat out was all teeth. His mouth was swollen from Luo Tian's slap. He screamed, but even ghosts didn't know what to say. It was a complete suppression. The current Morong Wanjian wasn't Luo Tian's opponent at all. He could easily suppress him with a single finger. Morong Wanjian looked towards the mysterious Yin King and screamed. In the end, he directly knelt down. "Damn it!" Screaming like a ghost. "So irritated. Go and die," said Luo Tian impatiently. He looked at the mysterious evil king who was 10,000 miles away and sneered, "Is that your dog?" His right hand moved. A power seeped out from his palm and lifted Morong Wanjian up. Morong Wanjian's entire body was suppressed, and he couldn't move at all. His two eyes were like lanterns as he screamed at Luo Tian. From his words, it wasn't hard to tell that Morong Wanjian was scolding Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't even look at him. His gaze was still on the mysterious Yin King's body. He used a bit of strength in his palm, and his gaze tightened. "You have the ability to revive, right? I want to see how you revive him." Finished. With a thought, a force rushed into Morong Wanjian's sea of consciousness and mind. At this moment, Luo Tian was also slightly shocked. He realized that Morong Wanjian's mind and sea of consciousness were all dead. There wasn't a single ripple, and what replaced them was a trace of the mysterious Yin King's power. Luo Tian laughed coldly. "This is resurrection? Ha ha ha. Isn't this just a slightly higher level puppet technique? I really thought you had the ability to revive." Rumble, rumble. Luo Tian's power directly suppressed the mysterious Yin King's power in Morong Wanjian's body, and then killed him in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Morong Wanjian for obtaining 1 experience points, 1 profound chi. F asterisk CK. Trash. What a waste of expression. I thought I could get some experience, but... Luo Tian's heart sank, and at the same time his face was slightly startled. He thought to himself, looks like I can only level up by killing the mysterious Yin King. There's still 1 day left. I must level up, or else I will be erased by the system. When Luo Tian killed Morong Wanjian, the mysterious Yin King's eyes narrowed into a line, and a cold killing intent flashed through the gap. Luo Tian laughed faintly. I killed him, and you didn't react? Then I'll kill all the huge beasts you brought from the mysterious Yin continent. Let's see if your heart aches. Chapter 1. Chapter 852. Morong Wanjian was instantly killed. Luo Tian saw how the mysterious evil king killed Morong Wanjian. From his eyes, Luo Tian could feel the cold killing intent. Hearing that Luo Tian was going to kill the 8 mysterious evil beasts under him, the mysterious evil king showed an unhappy expression. He snorted and said, Luo Tian, do you think you are a match for me? I never thought that the sovereign of the origin continent of the Tian Shan continent would be a piece of trash with a shattered dantian. It seems that you are unable to merge with the origin essence of this world. If that is the case, then you are not a match for me. I advise you not to make a pointless struggle. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious evil king's body suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, he traveled thousands of miles and landed in the sky above the Huashan immortal sect. He released an arrogant aura that looked down on the world. The aura of the mysterious Yin power suppressed everyone in the Huashan immortal sect, including the mysterious evil king's army. Damn, this aura of power is too strong. How did this guy cultivate? Is this the power of a higher realm? Boss is in trouble now. His cultivation is terrifying. Boss can definitely do it. Everyone's heart sank. The mysterious evil king's power was too strong. This was a power that they had never felt before. It was completely different from the power they felt in the Earth Rock. The power released by the Earth Rock Demon Lord or the Incubus was also very strong. However, it felt a little fake, as if it was unreal. However, the power released by the mysterious evil king was so strong, it suppressed his body. One could clearly feel the power of the mysterious evil king. It was a very realistic power. Luo Tian's heart also sank inwardly, and he said inwardly, so powerful, as expected of the mysterious dark monarch. The elite warriors of a high-class world are indeed different. However, this mysterious dark continent is only a little bit higher than the Tian Shan continent. Is this little bit of difference so big? If the power of the entire plane was just a little bit higher, it would still be a huge existence. The Tian Shan land was the lowest level land and also the origin land. The Black Yin continent was not a source continent, but its overall strength was a little bit higher than the Profound Sky continent. This little bit was like a vast ocean to a martial artist, an existence that could not be leaped over. How big was the plane? Compared to the plane, how weak was a martial artist? This was what made him so powerful. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, I have never been a tactful person. Mysterious evil king, if you want to control the Tian Shan continent, if you want to devour the Sky Shan essence, then you have to show me some strength. Do you think you can make me submit with just this little strength? Then you are underestimating the Tian Shan continent too much. While speaking, Luo Tian moved his body and flew into the air as well, standing at the same height as mysterious Yin King. At this moment, the mysterious evil king's aura pressed down on Luo Tian's mind, preventing him from flying up. Luo Tian tried his best to fly up into the sky. No matter what, he could not lose in terms of aura. He was now representing the Profound Sky continent, Source continent. The moment they were in midair, Luo Tian said softly, Disciples of Huashan, listen up. Disciples of the Tian Shan continent, listen up. Evacuate, all of you, from the Huashan immortal sect. Retreat 100,000 kilometers away. Feng Lei, senior sister Han Hua, take away all the survivors. What followed next would definitely be an unprecedented battle. Be it the cultivation technique or the aura of power, any bit of power could turn a large group of people into dust. Luo Tian did not want to hurt the innocent. Fatty Lei's face darkened. This time he did not hesitate and immediately shouted, "Disciples of Huashan, retreat! Dragons, retreat! Gnome tribe, retreat! Disciples of the 10 immortal sects, retreat!" A large group of people frantically retreated in one direction. And Chen Chen looked at Luo Tian, who was in the sky. She clasped her hands together and prayed, "Brother Luo Tian, you will be fine. Chen Chen will wait for you to come back." Qin Yu shrugged and said coquettishly, "Dead man, I will wait for you to come back. If you dare not come back, I will definitely not forgive you." Cold Frost's cheeks flushed red as she said, "Luo Tian, you must come back." Yunling and Yun Yi said at the same time, "Brother Luo Tian, we sisters will wait for you. We will do whatever you want us to do." The Poison Widow was the most direct. She threw a charming look at him and said, "Sir, you have to come back." Each of them was sharper than the other. Luo Tian's crotch started to react. He wanted nothing more than to bring them to a huge bed and ravage them. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva, suppressed the evil fire in his body, and said, "Just wait for me. I will definitely go back." At this moment, Li Shuer, who had been supported by Cold Frost, had a layer of sweat on her forehead. As though she was doing her best, she fought for a few seconds and said loudly, "Brother Luo Tian, you must protect yourself well. Shui, I will always wait for you, even if it means till the end of time." While they were talking, Li Shuer's eyes were normal, but her body kept trembling as if she was seriously ill. The moment she finished speaking, the light in her eyes immediately dimmed. It was even dimmer than before, as if she had been poisoned more deeply. Ever since she had been poisoned by the soul poison, she had been constantly trying to break through the shackles of the soul poison. However, she had underestimated the soul poison. This poison was extremely strong, constantly nibbling at her. No matter how hard she tried, she could not get rid of it. Li Shuer's sudden words caused everyone to fall silent. Luo Tian's heart was suddenly affected. This feeling was very uncomfortable, heart-wrenching, extremely, extremely painful. He clenched his fists and said to himself, "Shui, I will definitely find the antidote. I will definitely cure you. I swear to God." The expressions of the girls instantly turned cold. They were all speechless. Everyone felt very uncomfortable. If he wanted to find the antidote, he had to enter the ancient world. If he wanted to enter the ancient world, he had to reach the realm of the Mystic Emperor. If he wanted to reach the realm of the Mystic Emperor, he had to kill the mysterious Yin King in front of him. The mysterious Yin King sneered and said, "They are all your fetters. They are all your weaknesses. This is your fatal weakness. As a warrior, you should pursue the peak of martial arts. If I kill you, I can enter the ancient world and obtain more power, and you will forever be affected by these fetters. You will never be able to enter the ancient world." Luo Tian looked at their backs and turned around. He smiled faintly and said, "You are wrong. They are my strongest motivation. They are everything in my life. This is the difference between you and me. This is also the reason why I have to kill you." Chapter 2.